Yeah, unfortunately, I had the recording paused on that, so I'll go back and sort of repeat that. The when you had noticed before, in fact, let me I'll request remote control again. And so when you had, okay, so now. Okay, so here's what you had seen before. You have this line that looks like it goes up to the corner and comes back out of the corner, and yet this line below it appears to stop right at the symbol. You've got another issue where you're seeing this yellow sort of stop sign looking shape. And what that is part of this point symbol that we used when we drew that point that was found by, when we chose that point, we chose this points plus wipeout. Otherwise, the points are hollow or they're filled with the solid color, which would be all white or all black on a piece of white paper. So if we want it to look like a circle, and if we want our lines to look like they chop off at the edges of the circle, we have to put this little wipeout as part of that point symbol or add one manually. And the reason these two lines appear as if they're not trimmed off, but this one below appears that it is because that wipeout is sitting below these two lines, the one coming from the side and going up to the northeast. So what we have to do is to select that point, and we're going to right click and choose draw order and bring it to the front. Okay, and now I'm through with that command. So so now the point, which includes that wipeout, is sitting all the way to the front. It's the highest to your eyes. Therefore, it's sitting over top of that line, as well as sitting over top of that line, both of which you would see them if they were over top of that wipeout. So that's the way wipeouts work. They're just little blockouts that prevent you from seeing anything that's under them, but anything that's over them you will see. Now we use that same technology, or that same concept, if you will. If you go to do something like this, and we're not going to do anything, I know you don't do a lot of contour generation, but just show you where it is. When you label contours, see this hide drawing under labels? Yeah. If you check that, when it labels the contours, it draws the contour elevation along the contour line and then puts a little rectangle around it, which has a wipeout in it, and brings it up to the top, so that the label is consisting of the wipeout, and then over in front of the wipeout is the actual text of the elevation. So you can read the text, then the wipeout blocks out anything under it, which it's hopefully only blocking out the bit of the contour line that it's sitting on. Okay, so that's how all that part works. Now the other part that we just did, I wanted you to make sure you had on your recording, was that little stop sign looking frame. That's the actual wipeout itself, and it's visible and it will plot right now because of the way there's a setting that we need to set, and that's called wipeout frame. And right now it's set to a value of 1 or on, so we're going to type 0 for off. And when you do that, the wipeout is still there. You just can't see the frame. Okay?
Okay. So it's either 1 or 0.
Yes. Now, actually, good question. Let me see something. There is, let's see. I don't see it listed in here. It could be, let me take a quick look. It could be that there's a third option where you can see them, but they won't plot, but I'm not sure. I'm just going to verify that. If I can get this to. Open up a little here and we'll search for wipeout frame. No topics found, of course not. Let's see. So each wipeout has a frame, can be turned on or off. When they're on, you can select and modify them. Yeah, so then they print. So apparently it's either on or off. Okay. I was just wondering whether they did or not. So you can still, even with the frames off, you can run the wipeout command. And this is just wipeout by itself. And there's where you can toggle the visibility of the frames. But you can say like, see, the choices are to specify the first point, or you may set some frame options, or you may choose a polyline already drawn to be the wipeout. So I'm just going to click a few points. I'm going to go click, 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 and then I'll say C to close. And now you see there's a wipeout there and you can't see anything under it because the frames are not on. If I go to select it, see I can select it and it shows me the corner points, and I can actually, stretch those up by using my grip edit, so it will actually do that. But obviously the best way to see that is by turning the frames on, at least temporarily. And now you can edit it, individually, and sort of get a better idea of what you've got going on. Okay. Now I'll turn that back off for the moment. So just sort of, keep your little notebook going and some handy commands if you'd like. A couple of other things here that I would probably want to maybe think about is I'm going to select that one circle and I'm going to select similar, and that should be all of my little, in case there's only two, I guess. And they are blocks, and it's just to be the circle around the lot number. If I give that a slightly larger scale factor, both X and Y, then that keeps it from jamming in on the number quite so much. All right, so a little couple things there. Now, you have some points that are obviously at different sizes. You may have wanted to freeze one on and off. I'm not sure.
I just made them bigger sizes, so when I plot it and go out in the field, I can see the number. I just made the numbers that I need to see bigger.
Okay, that absolutely fine. So now you've got also this thing is over top of the other one. Don't forget you can move those labels around under your your point attributes. Move with a leader if you want, that kind of stuff. All right. Yeah. And I'll do this one, and I'll just type R to restore. Let's say R. Okay, I'll let you move that when and where you need it. Now, when you go to plot, a couple of things to keep in mind. When you can plot either out of model space, and when you do so, you would typically plot with a window. You would click a lower left and an upper right. Yeah. Now that will mean that this will be lying on the paper at this angle, unless you changed the view of the screen. Yeah. Or you could do that from a layout space, this paper space, in which case this paper needs to be defined, which we do by right-clicking under layout and choose page setup. And we'll modify this. And I would probably not ever use that one because it doesn't support very many page sizes. Okay. I would use this one, drawing to PDF, if you're going to use PDFs. And then I would come here and take a probably an architect expanded A. If they've even got that, it doesn't look like they've even got that one defined. I don't think it starts the definition. Oh, there it is. ANSI anyway. Architect C, D, and E, ANSI, B, and A. There's your 8.5 by 11. So let me get this up a little bit so I can see the rest of it. All right, here we go. So I would come down here and find this ANSI A. There's an expanded A, and the expanded means it just gives you all that many more, more room and more printable area. So it's 10.3 by 7.8. Let's see, what is that? 10.3 by 7.8. If it were not the expanded A, if it's just ANSI A, it's only 10.1 by 7.6. So the margins would be a little bigger. So I'm going to go ahead and choose this ANSI expand A, make sure I'm in landscape. If I wanted everything black and white, I need to set this to either monochrome or this one that we started on is our Michael Shep mono grayscale, which is sort of forcing everything to gray. We'll display our print styles, and we want this scale now to be 1:1, exactly 1:1, because it's one paper unit to one drawing unit, of the paper. And this is where we put this scale in. We want it 1:1. But what we are going to put, let me zoom into that. So what we're going to do next is within this, well, you've got something in there, and it looks like
that's the drawing.
Yeah, but it.
No, it's not the drawing. It's weird.
Let's see. Well, it is, I think, but it's. See, it's not letting me select it, so it's in model space. So there is a. There it is. There's your viewport frame. Now we're in it, and we can set its scale. If I go out of it, I can barely see that. You check your layers for just a second.
I'll tell you what probably happened. Is originally that was one of 5,000 datum, and I brought and I transposed it to state plain, and I'll bet there are some points that I left that are still on.
Oh, yeah. No, I follow that, and that's okay. But what I was what I'm trying to figure out though is why I can't see the viewport itself. So that viewport's not on Deed or Urban Plat. So Deed and Urban Plat are the only two that are frozen right now. I'm going to thaw those back just to see something. Yep, that's what I thought. So that is the viewport. See up here is called a viewport, and it's on layer Deed. We'll get in the habit, and I made you a new layer called VPORT. I'm going to go back through this in just a second, okay? And now I'm going to go back to your layers, and I'm going to choose, or freeze rather, Deed and Urban Plat. So I'll select both of those with a control click if I can. Come on. Deed. Do you have, well, maybe something with the Zoom session. I can't select them both. You should be able to. But there's Deed and Urban Plat. I've now turned them back to being frozen.
Okay.
I've got this layer called VPORT that I created just a second ago. Okay. Yeah. And we're going to be having that in your drawing template. Now I've kept it as color 241. I'll explain that here in just a second. But the biggest thing is that when I'm on that layer, when I select that layer, I've come over here and I've clicked this printer icon so it has a red X on it. See there, it's on and now it's off. That means I'm going to be able to see whatever's on that layer, in which case it's this frame, but it won't plot when it goes to plot. Okay.
Okay.
So now, and at this point, you can, go to any other layer that you wanted. Maybe if you've got an annotation layer or something like that. Whichever layer, doesn't matter at all. But as long as this is on that layer called VPORT that is set to not plot, you won't plot it, but you will see it. Now, okay. I'm going to grab the corner of that and I'm going to drag it up here so that it's, as big as I can get it and keeping within the margins of our page. Now that's our 8.5 by 11 margins. Let me go up to right in there. Okay, so that's probably sufficient. Now, we have this viewport, which remember is just a view into our model. It has properties, and we look over here on the side and we see what the properties are going to be, one of which will be a scale. Now, I don't know what scale you might, what might fit, but let's try like 1 to 50 just for right now, okay? And then we'll set the annotation scale to match. And now this is looking at the drawing, and if I double click inside it, I see, you see the coordinates down here at the bottom. Yeah. So right about in the middle, I'm at 2,454,000. or sorry, 245, 408 rather in the east, and I'm at 141, 975 northing. All right, so that's about where I'm centered. Now, I don't know where I'm going to center, but I have a point number somewhere, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now remember, when I'm clicked outside of this, I'm actually in the paper, and I can, draw text, draw lines, and it's just like drawing it right on this piece of paper. If you double click inside one of the viewports, you are now in the actual model as if you were back on this model tab. Notice the cursor ends, see it goes away.
Yeah.
When you get to the edges, okay?
So if I'm typing something if I want to type something in there, I should do it on the outside. I should click out of that and be in paper space and not in model space.
That would be, yes, if you're going to put like a set of notes,
yeah,
or anything that you wanted to basically print on the paper, then yes, because if you put the text in here, when it asks you for the text size and all that kind of stuff, you have to know the ground size that makes it at your scale, and also it goes to that place.
Okay,
I'm going to
that's
come back out.
I was doing wrong with the other drawing.
Yeah, so it goes to that place over here, wherever you happen to be. Okay. Now, here's a little trick on getting things set up to where, I'm at 50 scale, but I have no idea where I am. I need to be at this different set of coordinates. So there's point number 227, for instance, okay? So if I'm here inside in layout, and if I double click inside that tab, now it is set up as a 50 scale. That might not be the right scale, but I need to sort of get around where I am. And one of the things that will let me do that, now that I've clicked here, again, remember I'm in the model. So if I go up to inquiry and I find a point, I'm going to find a point. Look at your command line now. I'm going to choose in for number.
Yeah.
I'm going to find 227. And what that's going to do is put it right in the center of the screen for me. Okay, which if you look at those coordinates, 321, 175, 2424, 2152. Oh, wow, what's going on with this? I don't see. Hold on a second. Let me see what's cooking here. All right, so right here should be at those coordinates 2424, 2152, 4, 5, 4, 4, 1, 9, 5, 3. Something's odd. Let me double check. Am I in world? Yep, I'm in world. UCS world. UCS world. All right, so was this 227? All right, I'm in the viewport. By number 227.
Can you do an inverse from in there and see where 227 is?
Well, if I invert from 227, so it's way off to the right. Why didn't it center my point? Let me see. You may have a setting. My point defaults. Right here. Maybe this will do it. If I auto zoom center, Now let's try it again. Apparently that's not it. Here's what I'm trying to do, Michael. If I'm, working like this in model space,
Yeah.
and if I go to find points by number 227, see, it puts it right there and points to it.
Yeah.
Now that should have happened here.
In the viewport.
Yeah, it didn't. So, all right, so here's another trick.
Why?
Let's see. I don't know.
What, have I done something to the drawing that makes it?
No, 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 no. I'm not, I'm just saying that I don't think that works that way for anybody.
Oh,
It should have, but I'm thinking it's not. That's why and I'll test it on mine a little bit when I get it loaded up. All right, so we do need to figure out if I zoom. Let's try by entity. Select entities. If I say last, it'll go to the last thing drawn, which of course was a viewport, so that's not going to work for us. Let me see, let's get inside here and zoom. By entity, last, hit enter, there we go. All right, so now it's zoomed us there, but it's messed our scale up now. So we're going to stay centered at that point, and we're going to double click outside, select our viewport, and go back over here and change our scale back now to 1 to 50. And so there's 50 scale on an 8.5 by 11 page. That's probably, too big. It looks like, you want to get the whole thing, right?
It's going to be like 1 to 200 maybe.
Yeah, so what we'll do then is we're going to now double click inside it. And now I can zoom in and zoom out and pan the drawing around. All right. So now notice if I'm outside, if I double click outside and do that, roll the wheel and zoom it, I'm pushing the paper around on my desk.
Yeah.
If I double click inside it, it lets me zoom the model. Now that only happens if this viewport has its property display locked is set to no. So one of the things is once you get this set to the way you want it, come back out, double click outside again, or you click over here where it says P layout or M layout if you're inside it. And then make sure you're in paper space and then select that viewport and set its display locked to yes. And then that will allow you, even if you're double clicked in the model, to zoom in and out, and it will zoom the paper and then put you back in the model. So it's good because we forget whether we're in the model or outside on the paper, and we sometimes we have a scale that we're trying to keep, but we don't know how it's working. Now, all of that being said, for that works here. Now north is straight up just like it was in the model, but wouldn't it be nice if we could turn this so that it was lined up more like the paper? We could get it bigger and still fit, right?
Yeah.
So that's a thing called twist screen, and you have to be in the model, and you can do this over here in the model tab as well. But if you double click it here, so now we're in the model, and we're going to go to view, because this is a view type function where it's changing the way we're looking at it. And we're going to choose a twist screen, and we're going to choose a line or a polyline or a piece of text. So I'm going to choose that. And now it wants me to pick a line or a polyline or a piece of text. So, you know, either this property line or this one down here, or whichever way you want. So if I pick this one now, sometimes it puts you upside down because of the direction the polyline was created. I'm not sure how this is going to work, but I'll show you how to resolve it. So if I pick that polyline, okay, now it wants me to do, it asks me twist azimuth for the selected polyline. That means what is the twist azimuth? So I selected that, and it means that selected segment of that. What azimuth do I want that to be? 90 would be due east. Now, if I say 90, it worked, and now I'm going to scroll back out. Okay, so it really should have been 270, right?
Yeah.
See, because it flipped it upside down.
Right.
So I'm going to run the command again, twist screen, pick a line or polyline. I'll pick that same thing, and this time I'll type 270 instead of 90. Okay, so now that's down at the bottom. North is up, pointing to the upper right of the page. I'm going to pull it down to get it sort of centered, and then I'm going to zoom in. Oh, a little too much. Maybe that would be good enough. And if you can't get it exactly the way you want it with the wheel, you can always do this. You can type zoom, W for window, and now you can very precisely position where you want. I'm going to turn your snaps off for just a minute. So you can very precisely put, you know, where you want the corners of those zooms to be. Make sure you get everything visible. Okay, and then that would be about, and I'll put this back on. So that'd be about as maximized as you can up. I just did it backwards. So zoom previous, zoom previous. All right, so that's about as maximized as we can make it. Okay, I'll now double click outside of it. I'm back in the paper. I'm going to select the viewport now, and notice it's got some, you know, whatever the number is, however many decimal places. This is the round off. And it looks like it's close to being 100 scale, maybe. So I'm going to set my, oops, no, let's see. Let's undo that. I didn't realize it was going to force a change in the actual viewport scale. All right, so now.
Well, that didn't look bad. I mean, that would give my client the ability to scale off of it.
Okay, well, then that would be what I would do. Then I would select that viewport and then set the standard scale to 1 inch equals 100 feet, or 1 to 100, however it says, and set your annotation scale accordingly as well, in case anybody uses annotative text. All right, so these were apparently set up with annotative text. That's why they didn't show up until I set that to match. Okay, and so now I have this selected. I want to keep it where it is, so I'm going to go to this locked, and I'm going to choose yes. Okay, so now if I double click inside it and I'm working around in here, when I zoom in, see what it's doing? It's keeping me, it's zooming me temporarily in paper space. And you can see that if you watch right over here on the status bar where it says M layout 1. As I roll the wheel, it's going to switch temporarily to P. That's when it's switching to paper space, zooming, and then putting me back in model space. So I'll now double click that and come back out, or just double click outside it. Now,
When you said
couple
that's an annotative text, does that mean if I change one of the lines there, the area changes automatically?
No, no, annotative simply talks about the size of the text.
Okay.
based on the screen. What we're talking about there, and let me do a quick favor for you here, is get your circles looking like circles instead of stop signs. What you're talking about is this: settings, Carlson configure, general settings. That's link labels with line work. So when the line changes, the labels, which are areas, bearings and distances, what have you, will all change when those things change. Okay.
Okay.
So now that will do those. See now what is
Let's pick the asphalt road in
all right, these arcs, those are what, like entrances?
Yeah.
Like curb returns or something.
Look over on the right, there's
Oh,
a
out here.
there where,
Yeah.
and
Okay.
somehow it doesn't, there should be, when I drew that, there should be asphalt. I mean, the curve doesn't stop there. It keeps on coming. I don't know what I did there.
I'm guessing it's on one of those layers that's frozen.
I bet you're right.
And if I go back up here and I'm going to sort this, let's see, possibly on deed.
Yep. No.
No.
Well,
Let's see, that's this one. That's on existing. It's on access easement. That's on access easement.
what's the curve one?
That one's on deed, that one right there. Okay. So I'm going to freeze that one again. Let me see where it is. Here it is. So deed, we want to probably keep frozen. Now, if you freeze it in this column here, this first one, that freezes it for everybody across the board, even at model space.
Okay.
But you can have multiple layouts, multiple viewports, even multiple viewports on a single layout. And inside of each viewport, it can have its own behavior, its own color, its own line weight, its own, whether or not it's frozen or thawed. And that's this right here where it says current viewport, whether it's frozen or thawed. Okay, so and sometimes when I get close to being at the end of I'm ready to start producing drawings. I've got multiple layouts out here. Sometimes, like my model space, I'll have everything is thawed over in model space. But my individual layouts, like I may have, the property lines in one layout, I'll make them big and bold and whatever, and I'll have the bearings and distances will be on a layer that's thawed in one. But then if I go to a grading plan, I don't necessarily need to see that. The lines I may make light gray, and I may freeze off the bearings and distances, so I can control all that inside the viewport. And that's done with this column, does it globally, and this column here, current view, controls it if you're inside a viewport. If you're not, you won't see that column. Okay. Now let's double check this urban plat and see if that was maybe where those curves are. And no, I don't see them there either. So since you had deed frozen and urban plat frozen, I'm going to freeze them back. And let's see what might be happening here. This is on a layer called boundary. Okay, let's see if all of them are. Looks like there's 4 arcs. And they're all on layer boundary. Okay. So we'll double check back here in the model. We're looking for these lines right there, right?
Yeah.
And they're called existing. And that's the ones on boundary. Now, should they also be on existing?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, here's a couple of commands for that. First of all, you might want to make that all into a continuous polyline. So you'd want to run a command that would join those together. I'll show you that in a second.
Okay.
But there's also something if you just want to give the characteristics of one object to another object, like what layer, what color, all that kind of stuff, line style.
Yeah.
That's what we call match properties. Okay. And it's on a toolbar right up here. It looks like a paintbrush. Okay. So I'm going to let you drive. You go up there and grab your paintbrush and then look at your prompts. And it says select the entity to copy the properties from. So that would be there you go. You click that once and it's just one click. You don't get to click anymore. And now select the entities and you click each one individually. Okay, and that one. And then I think you had another one on the other end of it.
Pardon?
Did you have one on down
no,
here?
I don't think so.
I mean, okay, go ahead and finish your selection. So just hit enter.
Okay, now one thing I do need to do is I need to connect the ends of these.
Okay.
I left them open.
All right. Let me,
yeah, you see that point that's labeled EP, that's edge of pavement.
okay. So now, all right, so now, but what we have is this one is, it has a specific color, 255, but it's on layer existing. And that's why you couldn't see that, by the way, because color 255, let me show you that. Whereas it looks white,
yeah,
that's this one right here. What it means is background. So it is that color and it's the background of that paper. So it was there, but you couldn't see it. If you want to choose this white up here, then when it's over the black screen, it's white. But when it's over the paper screen, it's black. Now I've got to, let me double check and get existing, make sure it's, now right now it's set to be yellow dashed.
Well, I don't know that it should be dashed. That's probably a mistake on my part. It's an existing asphalt drive, so it should probably be a solid line.
Right, okay, so right now what you would probably do is under existing or under your layer control, existing simply means that this is an existing feature. And you might, and if you put like, you know, manholes, power poles, edges of pavement, fences, whatever, you could, under this classification system, you could call all of those existing and put them all on that layer. But you might want a little more fine-tuning ability than that, in which case I would set up a bunch of layers, and here's how you and I would do it differently. I have a bunch of layers for existing. I also have a bunch of layers for proposed because I'm a designer.
Right.
You're a surveyor, so 99% of your work is to simply reflect what's there. So most of it is always existing anyway. Right. So you may or may not need to bother with setting up
So I probably ought to set up a layer called asphalt drive. Or something.
Exactly right. Or EOP, or, you know, edge of pavement, anything that you want to call it. So I'm going to let you create a new layer, which is that little piece of paper up there. There you go. Give it a name. And you might, and if you want to call things, you know, like existings, whatever, you could do like an EX dash in front of these layer names. If you need to make that distinction, you may not. It may
In this
just,
case, I don't think I do. What would be a
okay.
good color to pick for that?
Well, the color that you pick in this column here is the color that shows up in the model space on the black screen. Okay, so it's going to be whatever you might want to see that as you get comfortable and used to these layers and you keep using the same ones over and over again, it's going to mean something to you. So whether it's, you know, the dark blue, the light blue, the red, the yellow, whatever. Okay. Now, any of these, let me tell you right here, any of these gray shades that you use,
Yeah.
in the plotting, I've got your plot style tables set up to where they're going to always be this graduated type of gray.
Okay.
But they're also that same graduated type of gray on the black screen. So this leftmost one, by the way, doesn't show up very well at all. So so any of these, and also remember, you've also got all of these colors here that you can choose, you know, from color books, although I don't see any defined here. I don't know why, but anyway, you know, you can get all kinds of these, you know, you could pick a color here and change its relative level of saturation. You know, there's all kinds of stuff, but I'm going to put you back here and let you choose. Go ahead and choose the one that you prefer.
And then
okay, that's fine.
Change the line type.
Yep, change your line type. There we go. Okay, and that should be good. So we close that. And now let's go through and find, let's go to model space maybe and find all those different ones that are, well, actually, first of all, let's do a little bit more housekeeping here before we come back to that. If I want to select all of these points that have the wipeouts, I'll select similar. And then I'm going to put the draw order to the front. This one must not have the wipeout in it. Same as that. What was the one we did? 229. Okay, yeah. All right. Yeah, so these points are just like if I double click that and look at its symbol. No, that was SPT4W, wasn't it?
Yeah.
All right, that went to the front. I don't know that that one's been changed. It has not. Okay. How about this one? Oh, that one doesn't have the wipeout in it. That's why it didn't do that. Okay. All right, but I'll let you fix those when you get to it. All right, now you want to, at this point, select all of the things that need to go on that asphalt pavement layer.
Okay, let me delete a.
Well, first of all, hit escape because you've got some things selected already. There you go. Now. Now take care of what you need to take care of.
Okay, go ahead and connect those ends with the spline first.
Well, I would get them on that layer first, and I'll show you why in just a second.
Okay. So just start selecting.
Yep. Just pick. And if it's all the arcs that are the same, then you could right click and say select similar. And now click for the rest of
I
them.
don't want this one.
All right, then shift click that one. And there's another one over here too. So shift click that one. Apparently that's an arc. Let's make sure, let's zoom way out here. Make sure nothing else. Okay, looks like good. We've got 4 arcs. All right, that's good. Now go ahead and zoom in if you need and select the edges of the road or whatever. There's that. There, and zoom in if you need to get tighter. There you go. That one. And that one right there. Okay.
I think that's it.
All righty. What about that line that goes across the front of it right in here, or was that already selected?
Which line here?
No, this one right here.
Okay.
Wait a minute, you're not seeing my
Right.
right here.
No, that's not asphalt.
Okay.
That's not the edge of the asphalt. That's actually a boundary line.
Okay, that's perfect. All right, so we have what we want. So now let's change its layer. So go over to the properties now where it says existing and change that layer to be asphalt drive. There we go. Okay. And now before you leave, while you're there, see where it says color and it says varies.
Yeah.
That's because some of those were drawn with a specific color assignment instead of by layer.
Right.
So let's change that to be by layer. And now if you press escape, you see they're all on.
But the colors didn't change.
Well, let's see here a minute. If I select this, I'm supposed to have, it says it's by layer asphalt drive. Oh, I did a regeneration.
Okay.
I had to regen or redraw. Okay, now here's why I wanted you to do this part first. See how you're having to zoom in and wiggle your way around all those other lines?
Yeah.
If you want to work like just now, you want to close off this one and close off this one or whatever.
Right.
Let's isolate that layer so it's the only thing we see. And that's up in your layer toolbars or on the view menu, either one. Nope, not there. No. Close that off. You can do it that way, but there's a lot of work. You have to go back to restore things the way they were. You want to go to the view menu.
Okay.
The view menu. You're in the properties. Go up to the view menu. The menu at the top. There you go. And down at the bottom, see where it says isolate layers? About midway up that section right there.
Yeah.
So that's what you want to do there. Now that's, excuse me, that's also a button on the toolbar. You see the icon that shows a stack of 3 layers. One of them is by itself.
Up there.
That's that, exactly right. And the button next to it, once we're done, is what's called restore layers. Okay. So either way, from the menu or from there. All right, so now select, and you can do more than one layer, but let's just pick that one thing. And once we have it selected, we're done. No. You only need one example off of each layer.
Okay.
You can do more, but you only need the one. So now hit enter. And now everything's gone away except for what's on that layer. Now, is your intent to turn this into a closed figure so you can measure the amount of asphalt, for instance?
No, I'd like to make it so it'll show up on, so when what has happened here is my client has built the road in the wrong place.
Okay.
So I was going to hatch it or something to make it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, sure.
Put
Okay.
those in, so it's going to connect
Yep.
the ends.
Yep. And so that's the first thing to do. So right now we make sure we're on that layer, which we are, and we go draw 2D polyline. Yep. And
On layer asphalt.
wait, cancel that for a second. A quick way to do, no, yeah, right here is just check, use the current drawing properties. Right, no, come down, right, right there. There you go. Now it's going to be what you're already sitting on. You're already on Asphalt Drive.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute, go ahead. Wait a minute, here's something to fix. I'm going to cancel this for just a second. See right up here, you've got white is set as your current color.
Yeah.
Let's change that to by layer.
Okay.
Now go back and draw your 2D polyline. And make sure it says use current drawing properties. Okay, we'll say okay. And now go up there and grab from endpoint to endpoint. Okay. And hit enter to finish that one. And draw it again, or just hit enter to repeat the command.
Enter or space bar?
And either one. Space bar is the same as enter. And that's from the old days when we used to work off a digitizer tablet and we could feel the space bar easier than we could the enter key while we weren't looking at it. Okay. All right. And hit enter. Now, this figure, which you could hatch, would all, it would work, but it's all a bunch of different pieces. It's easier.
Yeah, right. Do I need to do something to link that all together?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's easier if it is all linked together to do it that way. You only have to select the one. So we're going to work on that. It's a polyline command, and it's a thing called join nearest. It's on your edit menu. It's also on your polyline toolbar, which is your rightmost top line of toolbars. See the one that says join nearest, and you see the two blue arrows that are connecting to each other?
Up here?
Well, look on the edit menu again. Okay, now look down toward the bottom. You see it there. Now, yes, now look at that icon is up in the.
I see it. It's up here.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a polyline thing. So either way, all right. Now, here's where you've got to set some settings. It gives you some control. It has a maximum separation to join. So technically, you could have let it draw across those gaps that you drew the closing gaps for, Yeah. If you'd had that distance big enough, it could have created that for you, as long as when you said, let me show you this command works, you either type a number or you pick, and you would click like from here over to here so that gap is big enough. And then you would change its connection method to say, directly connect the endpoint. So it would connect from there across to there, joining this arc to that arc. Now, the danger with this one is because it wouldn't necessarily go from this point to this point. It could go from this point down to this point at an angle. Okay. Are you seeing the arrow move on your end, by the way?
Yes.
Okay. So, but that's one thing you can do. Now, the other thing is to pay attention here. If you average the endpoints together, if two lines are close but not exactly on the same point, if you average the endpoints, it redraws the line so that when they connect at a common point, it's in the middle of that misclosure line, if you will. Okay. Directly connect endpoints means it adds that little misclosure line into that figure. Or if you fill it with a radius of 0, I will do that. That means it projects it to the intersections of the lines. I'm going to show you how all this works with a couple of examples here in just a second.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
Sure. Mhm.
This road down here actually continues out here to an existing water tank. And the way I've created this curve and line, it looks kind of funny. Is there a way to make that uh, look more squared?
Yeah, you mean this one right here
Yeah,
to square it off?
yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we can fix that in just a second. Um, and there's a couple of things to do with that. In fact, let me cancel that. Let's fix that first. Let's go back and restore our layers so I can get some references. Now, obviously that arc is not tangent right here. It appears to be relatively tangent up here, may or may not be.
I just did the 3 points to define a curve. I didn't
Which,
try to do PC and, well, I did.
yeah,
Actually. I did call them PC and PT, but I just used the
yeah,
3 point.
and that's fine. That's absolutely fine. It doesn't have to be a tangent on there. But if I want this to sort of square itself off, then there's a couple of ways of doing that. You've got, well, first of all, if we know anything else down here that it connects to, we can draw those sides, and then we can draw perpendicular to those sides.
I didn't locate anything beyond that.
Okay, then that's
Beyond
fine. So, all right, so we can sort of, basically just do it by eyeball, as we can just sort of take this, maybe something like that. And then if you click this, and if you move this, is that legitimate in the sense of what you located, and does that
yeah, I think that's fair.
yeah, and it meets the spirit of what you're trying to do. And of course you can do all this kind of thing, which you may or may not need to worry about. So did you locate 3 points
Yeah.
on that arc? Okay, so you know what I'm going to do is this. So you've located that point in the field, and this midpoint, and this point over here, right?
Right.
Okay, so I think I'm still going to take that, and I'm just going to draw a piece from here to here. Okay, so I'm going to draw, and I'll just directly connect that guy to that guy. And oh,
The wrong layer.
yeah, I apparently did now. So I'm going to let you fix that. Remember how to do that?
I'll try.
I mean, you can, with the match properties. Now you can certainly select it and change it manually, but let's say you didn't know what it was. There you go. You want to get that paintbrush. There you go, paintbrush. Read your prompts. I'm going to take that one, and I'm going to change it. And now there you go. Click that and hit enter. There we go. Good deals. Now let's isolate that layer again. There you go. And hit enter. Perfect. Now we're going to join these guys all up. And that was with the join nearest. Okay, and check that you want to fill it with radius 0. And we want to also, let's see, join only identical layers is checked. That's fine. So that'll work. Say okay. And now select the entities. You can just draw a window around them. Now you're through selecting, so hit enter and done. If you hover the mouse over it, you'll see that it shows up as one, or there you go, it's one entity. Okay.
Okay.
Now here's, oops, what did I just do? Let me go back to that. All right, so here is, here's how this command join nearest works. I'm going to show you a couple of things. I'm going to draw a 2D polyline here, and I'm going to draw another one here, and I'm going to draw another one here. Okay. And I'm also going to put this on a different layer. I'll put this on final. Now, final must be frozen.
Everything's frozen because we have the.
Oh, that's right. That's right. That's right. Yes. So we're going to restore. Okay, let's just work on these 3 points. So here's how this works. If we run join nearest, first of all, in this maximum separation to join, if I pick something that is a smaller gap than what actually exists, then it won't choose that one. Okay. And so if I just, when I'll say okay and grab all of these guys, and you should see that nothing's going to join because I picked something smaller. If one of the gaps was below that distance that I gave it, then one of them would have worked. Now I'm going to pick, just make sure I've got, you know, a big enough gap, but usually you want to keep that somewhere around like a 1/10 or something like that. 20, 21 feet's a little much, but now, so here's the options. If you average the endpoints together and say, okay, now keep your eye on these 2 points up here, what happens? See how it jumps to the middle? Yeah. Okay. The other option, what's that?
It actually pulled the lines down.
Yes, it did. So that, you know, keeps, well, it changes both the distance and the bearing, but it mostly affects the bearing, depending on, well, depending on all that kind of stuff. But if you choose to directly connect the endpoints, then it creates a new segment, keeps the lines where they were, but connects that new segment. Okay. The third option is to fill it with radius 0. Now, why? Now that's programmer speak. Why didn't they say extend to intersection? I don't have any idea, but they didn't. But anyway, that's what it means. So in this case, it's going to keep the bearings the same, but stretch them out. So this is what you can do if you ever get a plat or something in from somebody and they've trimmed off these lines, and they've really trimmed the lines back so that those lines don't measure the right distance. Yeah. You can use that to extend to that corner, and they'll go out to the intersection there and create
So it doesn't change the bearing, but does change the distance.
That is correct. Now, and finally, I'm going to show you one thing here too, is that if you have, I'll keep that selected there, but you notice these other options. If I say join only identical layers or elevations or widths, etc., but particularly layers, I say okay, because these 3 guys are all on different layers. It only worked on those 2 lines. Okay. Undo that command or that setting, and it will do this. Okay. Now, which layer does it choose to put them on is governed by,
First layer of the line crosses.
well, it's the way, in this case, when I did a crossing, I think it took the last one, the newest one, which was that red one. But it always does the last one selected. So if you pick them individually, it does it like this. And so this is another way we could have done all these different lines if I had pick, and as long as I choose, let's see, if I want to choose this to connect to this, it becomes that.
Okay.
If I choose it in the opposite direction, I want to choose this to join to this, then it becomes
Okay.
that. Okay.
Yep.
So, you know, it could be something that gives you some time savings at some point. I wouldn't worry a whole lot about it, but I would remember that command and all those different options, you know, they are there and they're able to help you out. Now, let's put your shading behind your road.
Okay.
Either if you, and you can do it, it's all going to be a hatch, but you can do it as a solid color, or it can be, you know, like crosshatch lines. Okay. But in either case, we're going to choose the hatch command. That's on the draw menu. Right, there you go. And we want to do either a standard hatch or a solid fill polyline. Solid fill polyline is really nothing more than a standard hatch, and I didn't even realize they had a command for it. But anyway, if you use a hatch, now when this comes up, you see the two types. You've got hatches or you've got gradient color fills. But if you choose the hatch and where it says that pull down that says predefined, you can use custom hatches and all that kind of stuff, but predefined is almost always what we'll use. And the pattern, if you want a solid color, you can pull that down and you see all those different names of patterns.
Yeah.
If you scroll that all the way down to where the S's are, or instead of doing it that way, click off to the side for a second. Yeah, see those dot, dot, dot beside the pull down?
Yeah.
Click that and you'll get to see the pictures. There you go. Now, you're on what we call the ANSI, or American National, whatever that stands for. Different components. Let's see if this is, so that's about it for the ANSIs. But we want, and then there's International Standards Organization, and there's other predefined. Now, these are the ones that have all those different, so you've got like concrete, you've got stone, you've got bricks, you've got all these different things. And all the way up to the top is one called solid. If I can get the darn thing up there, is one called solid. And that lets you put, like, if you want to put like a light gray behind it, it's a nice little thing. It's up to you, whatever you want.
Okay, let's try that.
All right, so we say okay, and now let's choose the, see the color, it says by layer. We'll leave, you can either leave it by layer, but I would pull that down because we want it to be a lighter gray. So let's pull that down and choose at the bottom of this list, select color. And now remember I told you about those shades of gray?
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. And I would get maybe the one just to the right of that, right there. Okay. And now, what happens over in these other parts? Up in this section that says boundaries.
Yeah.
If you say, I'm going to pull this out of the way a little bit. If you say you want to pick internal points, and if you were to pick like right in here while these other lines are on,
Yeah.
It's going to go out to those edges and those edges only.
Okay.
If you were to pick, you know, in here or even in here, it's going to go up to that edge of that circle and stop.
Yeah.
So you don't want that to be what happens. Now, there's the other thing is, so the other option then is to select entities. And so, and you see the little pop-up, the tooltip that comes up and tells you what it does. So that's what you're going to do, and that's why we wanted to do that set. We wanted to turn that into a single thing. So
Right.
if we say select entities and we pick that guy and hit enter, that's what it would look like. This is a preview at this point. Okay.
Okay.
Now you also have whether or not you're going to do what they call island detection. All right, so you can see if you have other draw, now you don't have any inside of here, but if you had other things that were selected, instead of just that one object, if you'd selected everything, it would have found other options in there and not hatch them in this type of scheme. Either find the outermost and stop, or take the outermost stop, an inner one start, another inner one stop, another, you know, that sort of thing.
So if I freeze the asphalt layer, that all goes away, right?
Well, you still see it as a choice, but it won't have any effect. Now, it doesn't have any effect if the only thing that I picked with this select entities was that line.
Right.
Okay. If I choose this to select entities, and let's say I picked everything here. Let's see, let me pick this. You know, it may not work with these blocks. They're not true circles. I'm going to try that on there. So apparently it's not. All right, let's just get that one. If you, well, I'll tell you, let me, let's pick internal points this time. Let's pick here. Something's happening in my preview. All right, so that's not what we want. So I'm going to escape that. I'm actually going to have to undo that. All right. Well, again, let's see. If I pick an internal, I've got island detection on for normal. If I pick right here, so you see how that goes up and stuff. Well, that's still not. All right, so that, and it's still not exactly what I'm trying to do. Well, let's stick with this add the selected entities, and we'll just do the oops. That's what we want. It's going to be by layer. Notice it's going to be red, but we're going to make it that 253. And right here now is whether or not it's associative and annotative. Now, being associative means if that line that we used to create this hatch ever changes, this will grow and shrink with it, okay? Annotative means if you use something other than solid, if you use like those diagonal lines separate out a certain distance, if you plot this at a different scale, it's going to change so that the spacing between those lines appears to remain the same regardless of the scale you plot it. Okay. And now down here, and these are all things you can do after the fact, but you want to do some control here, is the draw order. And what we typically do with hatches is make sure we put them behind everything so they don't hide anything underneath them. So we're going to send it back. Layer says use current. Well, now our current layer is final. We don't want to do that. So we're going to choose that asphalt drive. I have no idea what order these are in. It's not, it looks like they're in the order of creation. But anyway, it's going to go on asphalt drive. And then you can also set a transparency. So that now we're going to have the same effect with this light gray when it plots and it sits behind everything. So some printers and some PDF drivers don't support transparency very well. So I would sort of leave that alone. But that should do. So if you say okay at this point, then that'll finish that up. And so now there it is up. It's, okay, now that's fine. You see those 2 points up there, those 2 circles?
Yeah.
On 214 and 14?
Yeah.
That's because they have the wipeouts and it sits over top of the hatch. Okay, now if you want,
I'm okay with it like that, actually, for at least for my current purpose.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. So now let's go back to the layout tab now and look at what you got. So there now would be what it looks like. And you see how it's gray instead of black?
Yeah.
Because of that print table is set to be that way. Now it looks like there is why does this keep? Oh, it's all right. Okay. All right. So there you go. Now you can move those things around, freeze those things on and off, do whatever you'd like. Oops, I don't need to be there. There we go.
Okay, can I ask you one more question in model space?
Yeah, sure.
I need to create 2 10,000 square foot septic reserve areas in here.
Okay.
And I need to make, the way it works here, I'm probably giving you more information than you need, is that I start out with 100 by 100 generally and put them somewhere on the lot that meets the how far it has to be from a well site and how far it has to be from the property line and all of that. And then the septic reserve, the septic installer comes out and digs a hole and he says, no, you have to make it a different shape. You make it 80 feet by whatever. Or
okay.
Tells me to put it in a completely different location.
Sure.
Just for the purposes of showing the client, I want to put 2 10,000 square foot reserve areas in here that are 100 by 100.
Oh, okay. Because so that 10,000 square foot of reserved area, that's the required minimum set aside for a leach field or something like that?
Yes.
Or whatever that, and that placement and actual configuration, of course, will change, but you just want a guide. Okay.
Right.
All right. So let's go ahead and save your drawing at this point, if it is indeed made changes that you want to keep. And here's what we'll do. Now, you know at 10,000 square feet is 100 by 100. So you can draw a rectangle.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me change my mind for a minute. They're changing it to 10,000 square feet. They haven't changed it yet. Right now, it's 20,000 square feet. So I need to make it 100 by 200.
Oh, it's 20,000? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, that's fine. So we can make it so we're going to make it, any any particular way you want to lay it out. So, so 20,000 feet, that's about a half an acre. That's going to be half that lot, isn't it?
It is.
Okay.
I'm trying to convince the client that he needs to make his lots bigger.
Yeah, because if he needs 20,000 square feet for septic set aside or well or whatever. All right. So here's how you can do that. You can just simply draw a rectangle and move that rectangle into place, rotate it. There's a ways to set your rotation when you're drawing it, but let's just draw a rectangle. And that's on the, and I would, change your layer, either make a new one or get on a.
I need to make a new one for this.
Okay. And I'd give it a color, maybe nice, maybe red would be good. So, because it's danger zone.
That's probably not a bad idea.
All right, and maybe a little heavier line weight instead of default. If you pull that down and change it to, probably 0.4 millimeters. None of those other ones you really see except for when you plot them. So there you go. And then even at that, they're subtle, but 40 hundredths, 4/10 of a millimeter, you can start to see. All right. So set that current. Very, very good. And let's just draw a rectangle, and we're going to draw it with specific dimensions. And there's a couple of ways of doing that. So we go to draw, and we choose rectangle. Okay, notice the icon is also on the left of that vertical toolbar, almost down to the bottom, like 3 up from the bottom. Same guy. So it's going to ask you to, by default, the first thing I want you to do is select the first corner of the rectangle. So you can just pick there an open space. And now it wants the other corner point. Now, when you just move the mouse, it's just, you don't know exactly where it is, right?
Right.
So there's a couple of things. Now you see it's got
Dimension.
choices here. And these are, you can choose D for dimensions, and we type in the 200 by 100. So give that a try, type D, enter. So type in what you want for length. There you go. And then for width, enter. Okay, now hit enter because you're done. Oh, shoot, hold on. Let's try it again. So we go here, D for dimension, 200, 100. Oh, apparently you have to click the left mouse button. Sorry about that. All right, so there you go. Now let's do another one. We're just going to repeat the command. We'll hit the up arrow key and hit enter, or just enter would work. And so click a point in space, click, and let's type A for area. Enter the area of the rectangle in units. So that's 20,000, perfect. And it says calculate the rectangular dimensions based on a length or a width. So if you could say, it's going to be 80 feet wide, you would say W for width and type 80. And it would make it as long as it needs to make it to make 20,000. Okay, you see how that works? But you can make it, you could say length, or you can say width, and you can say 100, and it would still do exactly the same thing.
Okay, well, how come it didn't make one? Oh, there it is.
There it is. And now I think if you click the left mouse button, there it is. Okay, so that's exactly the same thing. It looks slightly larger, but it's shifted just a little to the right. Okay. So then what you would do is you would simply pick that up, move it into place, and rotate it around. Okay. So you can move it by once you select it and have the grips, now don't grab the corner grips. That's going to resize it. You want to grab this guy in the middle. There you go. Pick it up. Just click and drag, put it over in the middle. Now, see how it's snapping to everything? Come up here and say turn snaps off up here in the snap toolbar. Right up here in the, yeah, go all the way to the right. Keep going, right there. Clear. Now pick a point. There you go, like that. Click. Now, notice there's also, you see this thing, it looks like the letter C. That's a rotation angle.
Yeah.
Or a rotation symbol. Yeah, so if you click that, click, and now move the mouse. See what you're doing is you're rotating it. All right, and then get it where you want it and click. Okay.
Can I measure? How do I measure from that line? God,
Well,
is that true? That looks like it takes up more than half the lot.
Well, yeah, it is true, because if I rotate this like this and then move it, you see I'm not let's see here. See if I move it like that, I can get, you know, more than two of them in there, but
you know what I really need to do? I need to
but if you want to see what that area is, simply select it and look over into properties. You see its area?
okay, yep.
And that's always in square drawing units. If you want it in acreage, you're going to need to either do the multiplication on the calculator, or you're going to come up to this area and you're going to say area by closed polylines, and you pick that and it would tell you what it is in acreage, right? So yeah, that's now to measure the distance. Now, if you want that to be exactly parallel to that line, you can do that. You'd have to,
well, it has to be
say,
parallel and it has to be 10 feet off.
oh, okay. Well, here, let's put this back. Well, in fact, let's just delete that one. We'll move the other one. So if we need to be 10 feet off of this line, and we want this to be parallel to that line.
I'll tell you what I need to do. The most realistic shape for a septic reserve area on this lot is this is actually in the center of an existing road. There's a 40-foot right-of-way, 20 feet on each side of it that I haven't put in there yet. And then
Okay.
It has to be 10 feet from that. So the edge of the septic reserve is going to have to be 30 feet from this line, and it's going to have to be 10 feet from either of these lines. And I would tend to put it over here and then make it come out as far as it had to be 20,000 square feet.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. So what we want to do is we want to do some variable offsets, just like we've done with their building setbacks.
Yeah.
And so we're going to draw, let's draw a, well, first, no, we need to, no, not yet. We'll come to that. Let's draw a 2D polyline, and we're going to draw just a figure that we're going to wind up erasing, but we're going to say draw. Current drawing properties is fine. We'll say okay. And let's draw from 229, or you can just type the numbers, or you can do that, either one. So 229 to 217. And then what's your other corners? 16 to 227, I don't know. And then C to close. Okay, now let's do that variable offset. thing, we're gonna offset 30 feet and then 10 feet. 30, 10, 10, and 10, right?
So I picked,
No, answer the question first.
oh,
There you go. Yep. Now, which side? Click on which side you're going to go to, inside or outside. So now you went
okay, that
there.
one's gotta be 10.
Now, what? I don't. So which one's it pointing to? Oh, okay. I see.
229. So it's
Yes.
gotta be
Okay. So that's 10.
10 off of that one. And
That one's
it's gotta
30.
be, 10 plus 20, it's gotta be 30 off of that one.
Yeah.
It's gotta be
And then
10
10.
off of that one. And see, it's gotta be 25, plus it's gotta be 35 off of that one.
Wow. Okay. Now, so, all right. So you're done. So hit enter. So now we want to offset within that frame. We need 20,000 square feet, right?
Yeah.
Well, the first thing I want to, yeah, the first thing I want to do is I'm going to select that and just check its area, and I see it's 28,714 square feet. So he's got, 8,700 square feet less than that is what he's going to need. Wow. What's he going to do? Put a tent out here? Yeah.
Well,
Anyway.
he's gonna have to change his idea of what he's gonna have to do, I think.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
can't do lots that small.
Right. Yeah. Not if you need 20,000 square feet of septic reserve. Now, how does that? Is that actually for the? I guess it's for the. Is it? It's more than just a leach field, isn't it? I mean, that's.
For the leach field plus a leach field if the first one fails.
Oh, okay. Wow. Wow. That's tough, man. That's a lot of land.
To change it to 10,000 square feet, but I think even with 10,000 square feet, these lots are probably too small. Now he does have central water there. That's the one.
Okay, that's good. So we didn't have to keep that well separation. Yeah. Okay.
If he had to have 100-foot well separation, it would be impossible.
True. All right. Now, couple things we could do is if this were, and I'll select it, and then I'm going to choose move. And I'll go from this corner up to this corner. Now, if the corner, I'm going to change this, just, it'll stay on the same layer, but I want it to be yellow just so we can see that that's your set aside. So if if we rotate that, I'm going to say from here, I'm going to make it a reference from here to there. Okay, so see, that was assuming, now this is a true rectangle. So that was assuming that this line was perpendicular to this line. I can see right there that it's not exactly, right? So what we want to do is basically take this yellow line and let's see, there's a command here. Now I'm going to sort of learn something here as we go too. And that is this offset command. And we're going to offset to area. Okay. Now you pick a polyline to offset, which is this one. Side to offset, I'm going to go this way. Keep existing. Yeah, let's do that. Let's see, create a closed polyline. No, at this point. So enter the target area, 20,000 square feet. Okay, now I think what that has done is not that this is 20,000 square feet. In fact, it's not, it's 8,713. I see what it's done. It has offset that shape such that this area around it is the 20,000 square feet. Okay. In fact, if I do a B poly, just call that and say pick right in there. Whoops. Oh, no, that didn't even work exactly right. Although I do have two lines. Anyway, I could do the subtraction, and you would see that in fact that shape in there is 20,000 feet. So that's not exactly what we want. If we want the 20,000 square feet, here's how we'll do it. We take this, we see it is 28,713.91.
Yeah.
Okay, so guess what our area is going to be that we offset? 8713.91, right? So let's go to the, let's see, we jot that down because I'm old. 8713.91. Okay, so let's go back to the edit menu, and we're going to offset and offset to area. Okay, and we pick that yellow line, pick the side we want to offset to, that's to the inside. Okay, no, not which edge, but whether inside or outside. So now keep existing polyline. You might as well say yes, just so you can keep it for visual reference. And now create a closed polyline, say no, because what it does is it tries to make a closed polyline out of both of these lines. We just want the one in the middle. So now our target area is going to be 8713.91. And we hit enter. And now if you select that inside polyline and look at its properties, see what its area is?
Yeah.
And I'm also curious as does it, yeah, see, it's not closed, even though it's geometrically closed, it's not mathematically closed. If we had said, let me try this for a second. If I take that away and say up area or up arrow till I pick, I'll get this. I'll click here, keep existing, yes. Create closed, yes. 8713.91. Yeah, see what it does? That's why I said you need to keep it, say no, because it tries to connect. It tries to make both of them into a single polyline and close it. So we'll say undo that. Undo to, now we have that. So there's your 20,000 square feet. And if you want to now move that, so we're going to select that and you choose move. Or in fact, while it's selected, go ahead where it says color in the properties and change it back to bilayer. Okay, now you're going to move. Now that's over at the CAD command. It's either on the edit menu or it's a right click mouse button choice, or it's on the modify menu over on the right of the screen. And you're going to go from that corner point. So snap to that end point and you're going to go up to the other corner point of the yellow line. There you go. Perfect. Now that's it.
Okay, now is there a way for me to move this side back until this side comes down and aligns with this so that the 20,000 square feet leaves whatever's left in here to build the house on?
Oh, I see. So if you you want to pull this guy down and this guy over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let me see how we are going to do that. If we take this and we pull him down, and we're going to pull him down, and then we're going to snap perpendicular to here so that that's now, and now you see it's almost 25,000 square feet. Okay. Right. Now, Mike, you finally get around to getting to be a surveyor. And we're going to go to area layout, and this is going to be a, can you guess?
Standard area?
No, I'm trying to see where they put it. There it is. Right there.
Okay.
And we're going to slide that other slide until we reach a target area.
Okay.
So I'm going to let you drive. Let's see if we can figure this out.
So by line work?
Correct. There's the adjustment. There you go. Keep existing. Let's just say no, there's no real need. Now define the new line by the selected line, another line, an angle or points, and let's just say selected, and that's by default already done. So that's say S, or just enter, yeah. Now, what's your target area? 20,000. Okay, now select that red box and check its area in your properties. Wow, look at that.
Now I can delete this other one, right?
Yeah, but I've got a slight issue here that I'm seeing. What happened there? Because that's just point to point.
Well, you made one perpendicular to the other line, I think.
Yeah, but that should have. All right, I'm going to undo that. Okay. That should have, if I take, let me think about this geometrically. Oh,
because the yellow line isn't perpendicular.
Right, it's not at 90 degrees. It just looks like it's at 90 degrees. So
right.
I want to move this. All right, let me think. Right now, those two lines are parallel. So if I move this down, oh, here's a simple way of doing that. I can't see what I don't want to do is I don't want to, well, I guess I could stretch this guy down to here.
Yeah.
But now, then if I stretch this, I've got to make sure that I'm keeping that online. So I'm going to come back and hover over that to get the endpoint. And then I've got to hover over this to get that endpoint. And you don't have your projections on. That's what I was going to look for. No, you do. There's extension. Snap tracking. All right, so now over here, Hmm.
Well, even if you click down there, when you adjusted the area, wouldn't it come back to the right?
There we go. See that? See how that's projecting?
Yeah.
And then I want it to make sure it also projects on. See, it should jump. Should snap right to that intersection. Well, here's,
Touch that line, it jumps to the end point.
yeah, it's so, all right. So here's the easier way to do that. See me. All right, so there's that. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to erase this segment. So that's up here on my toolbar. Erase, remove polyline segment. I'm going to remove this segment. Okay. And I'm going to now take this one and I'm going to just grip at it because I can snap onto that and snap onto this, and that I know is good. Okay. Now, to keep this bearing the same, but yet hit this line, what am I going to do there?
Intersection.
Well, no, it's really simpler than that even. Just in CAD terms, I'm going to extend this line until it hits another target. And remember, we have trim and we have extend, okay?
Right. Yeah.
So if we choose to trim, and that's one of our choices over here, or we can select this first and right click and choose extend. And then it's select entity to extend. So I'm going to extend this. Okay.
Okay.
Now, because I've got this guy, or those two segments, and this guy over here is a third segment, I need to join all those two things back together and then close it. So, because when I removed that segment, remember when we drew it at one point, we said C to close, that was its closing leg. That's what broke those two apart.
Right.
So I'm going to join nearest, and I'm going to come up here and set this guy back to something more reasonable. It doesn't matter what it is, but I'm going to say okay, and I'm going to select this one and that one and be done. It's joined. There it is. But now to finish that joining, all I have to do is scroll over here into the properties and change it from closed no to closed yes. And it draws the closing. Okay.
Okay.
Now I'm going to let you go back and do your sliding side area. There you go. Okay, now verify it. There it is. Perfect. You can now erase the yellow if you want. And then that leaves you the house area there. So now if you want to dimension those set-offs or those offset, the offsets from the edges, I would, in fact, I would go ahead and erase that big, erase the boundary.
This one?
Right. Yeah, because you don't need that. That was just what we used to work with. Okay, so we select that and just hit now. There you go. Now, if you want to dimension the edges of that to the property lines, that's up under annotate, and it's called survey text. And just pretend it's a building. Keep going up, up, up. It's the last one, and there you go. And these are our offset dimensions. And it says pick the building corner, so there's the corner. Okay, now pick the line that you want to show the offset to. There it is. Okay.
Now to hit this return,
You'd have to
or
repeat.
again.
Yeah, although I'm looking at this and I see, well, okay. So that's I'm gonna, let me select this. And let's do some defaults first. Let's go back to annotate. Annotate defaults. And nope, not here. Let's go to annotate survey text defaults. There we go. All right, so for offset dimensions, it's going to go on a layer called dimension text, or whatever you want to call it. On use a text style called standard, and the text size scalar. Let's make it a little bigger than 400ths. An arrow size, how many decimal places? You may or may not want one or no, or maybe make it 0. Dropping trailing 0, distance in inches, no. To press the dimension extension lines, there's your feet. Offset from the line. Let's make that 600ths. Now, text alignment. Well, the only way I did is it did take me forever as well. You try these different ones to see what the difference is. You go, oh, okay, now I see. I'm going to say pick position, and I'm going to say a single arrow line, not the dual arrows, just a single arrow, and say okay. And so now, survey text, offset dimensions, I'll pick that, I'll pick that. So now you can place that wherever you want to place it. And then just repeat the command. I'll let you drive. No, no, you don't. No, you've got the corner already. Now you want to show it which line you want to measure offset from. There you go. Now position it wherever you want it. Okay. And do the same thing for that back line and the front line if you need. You have to repeat the command.
Oh, I somehow lost it.
Well, you can up arrow if you want. That's all right. Go ahead. Survey text. Up, up, up. There you go. Okay.
That's offset dimensions, right?
Correct. Yeah. Building dimensions just put distances around the walls. There you go. So now that's the point. You click. Now you show it the line you want to measure to. Okay. And then place it where you want it. Okay. And do the same thing for the front.
So hit enter to make it repeat the command.
Yeah, and you can go up any number of commands. You just hit the up arrow key. Yeah, that's it.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, and if you hit it 3 or 4 more times, it goes up to the 3 or 4 previous commands. It's just, and you can down arrow to come back around too.
Oh, that didn't do that.
Well, you got, there you go. You got that now. Try it again. If you up arrow, that's it right there. Survey text What? No, don't click it. Just whoops. Hold on. All right. So yeah, don't click it. You just want to go up arrow to. Let's see. There's erase dimension text erase. We don't do any of that. Just up arrow. That's dimension text. There it is. You hit up arrow. You hit enter. Now pick the building or the object corner. So you just pick near the endpoint. That's grab the endpoint. Click. Now show it the line you want to go to. There you go. Click. And now place it wherever you want it. Okay. Now you see, Mike, right in here, you see that there's a white line that's over top of that. That is called the extension line. And that is set up here where we did this in the defaults. And in this case, we probably should have said to suppress the dimension extension lines, okay? And I'll say, okay. But to fix that, instead of having to do those commands all over again, I'm going to just select all of these. And I'm going to look at their properties, because what you're left with when this command runs is nothing special. They're just dimensions, okay? Standard CAD things. And I'm going to scroll down here where it says dimension lines and extension lines and all of that. I'm going to find extension line 1 is the left one. It's off. And extension line 2 is now off. And so now that's the same effect had I decided to do that previous thing. Now these little ticks right here, that's because it was too big to fit in that 10 feet.
Right.
And that's the way those dimensions are typically shown. So, you know, you can decide to leave them like that, or you could, yeah, okay. So now back to this, and you know, you can show him that. Now you can also hatch this guy, or because it's nice and bold, you know, you could say, well, hey, you know, you've got just a wee bit of, you got, you know, 70 feet, less than 70 feet by whatever your lot width is to be able to build your house, your driveway and everything else. Can you build an outbuilding like a barn or a shed or anything out here?
Nothing.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You can't even plant a garden on it. You cannot disturb the topsoil.
Yeah, okay, all right. So, and if this little driveway over here is about the size of a typical 1-lane driveway, I mean,
no, it's a big road. It's actually a two-lane road. The distance from this line to that center line is 20 feet.
oh, okay, so it's a little bigger than I was just trying to get a visual sense of, you know, a car being this big driving over here. There's not a very big house that you can build there, so it's a little bigger than it.
Have to build lots bigger. I think that's.
Oh, I agree. I agree. So,
but, you know,
all right. So
I
let's.
can convince him. I can't convince him by telling him that. I have to show him.
You show him that, yeah. Well, some people are that way. So
well, do you have time to do one on the other lot?
We do. That's what I was going to say. As a review, let's go through those steps again, and I'll let you do the driving now. Okay.
Okay. So should I do a heavy line around this?
Well, yeah, I would, just like we did before, and then throw it away. But the first thing I would do right now is save this, just because it's AutoCAD based. Okay. Now I would, there you go. And I would just type point numbers, or you know, you can click endpoints if you want, if whatever it is. Now, I don't know what that number is, but you might. Okay, and then C to close, or either one. Okay, you're done dinner now. Remember, we did the what? Yeah, very good.
Oh, I made a mistake on that last dimension.
Yeah, all right, just press escape. And rerun the command. I was also noticing, is that, you know, where you've got 30 feet on the other one, is that a road on the other side too?
Yes.
So was it supposed to be 10 feet? You know, I'm talking about from 13 to 228. Is that
Well,
supposed to be 30
this
feet?
is the center line of the road. It's 40 feet wide, so there's 20 feet, 20
Yeah,
foot.
no,
easement
no,
around the
no, I get that. I'm talking about on this lot over here is
yeah,
from
but
13 to
no, there's no road over there.
okay, so that could be 10 feet. That's what I was wondering is you put 10 over there again, I noticed. So, okay, go
Now,
ahead
these
and
areas
rerun your,
are up here, still up here. What does that mean?
what's that? Oh, that it's
Okay, nothing.
just a artifact.
Okay, let's see. This has got to be 30 feet. And this one. 40 feet.
Okay. Now I would make that one yellow just as a point, or hit enter to finish rather. Now I would select that, change its color property to yellow. Just so you can keep track of them better, that's all. Okay. There we go. Now, tell me before doing it, tell me our steps.
I'm going to click on this to see what the area is.
Yep.
The area is 29,427.66 feet. And I'm
Yep.
going to go up to area layout. I'm going to go down to adjust areas. I'm going to go to sliding side area. And it's line work. Pick the segment to choose. Keep existing polylines, no. Find a new line by selected. Selected line and points. Remaining target area is 9,427.66 feet.
Okay. Now, I like the way you're thinking. Let's talk you through. Type undo, type U and hit enter. And I want to tell you about where I saw it when it happened. You looked at it, you read the area, 29, blah, blah, blah. And so what we were going to do was going to offset that to be our required area. Okay. Now, what I didn't understand before, because you said, well, can I push this line down and this line over to get to, you know, and then make that target. So really, we never had to do, and the one step that you left out after you found that 29 is you had to go up here to edit and choose offset to an area. And that's that differential, that 9,427.66, okay? Now, but because of what you did after that, we really don't need to do that step anymore. Why can't we just modify this yellow line and just slide this, slide that line to its 20,000 square feet, right?
Okay.
So the only difference there is you don't even need to see what that is other than to make sure you're going to go smaller, because you're already at those minimum offsets around the corner. Which line is it that you're able to slide?
This line.
That one? Okay. So that lot's actually going to have a little bit more room for a house than the other lot.
Yeah, it's slightly bigger.
Yeah, like 20 feet deeper. You know.
Well, you know, the one thing I haven't factored into this line yet is that there's a front set building restriction line from this easement.
Uh-huh.
And I
Right.
need to see what that is. I suspect he's not even going to have room enough to build a house in there. Let me look at
That's
the
what it's
plat
looking
real
like.
quick,
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it's looking like.
see what the front setback is.
Now, and you can't have any of that reserve area within that setback?
You can have the reserve area, but you can't have the building.
Oh, the house. Oh, that's right. Yeah.
That's the building I'm worried about at this point. Setback. Yeah, the building setback limits are 40 feet front. He's going to have
Wow.
28 feet left to build a house in.
Yep.
So I need to put the front setback limit in there, but let's go ahead and finish this first.
All right. Now, does he have to, does that have to be his frontage, or can he front off of this side over here?
No, no, he has to front on the side that he's fronting on, but the rear setback is even worse. It's 50 feet.
Oh.
But 50 feet
What-
doesn't apply to the septic reserve, just to a building.
Okay. Well, yeah, but that means so that's only 20 feet up in here. He's not going to be building in there anyway.
Right.
But if he were to front off of this side, then this whole thing would have to come back.
Yeah, but he can't. The planning commission won't let him front off of that side.
Okay. So he's got a road on either side of his property. He's bounded by two roads.
Yes.
That's interesting. Okay. Or is it just inaccessible from this road, or what's the?
It's just a requirement that when he got the subdivision approved, the subdivision got approved by the creation of these two front lots. When he did
Okay.
that, he had to pick an entrance.
I got you.
To use for the whole property.
Oh, I see. I see.
He picked that one.
I got you. All right. Well, okay then. Now back to this guy. Now that you have this done, that's the offsets for the bounds or the limits rather of the reserve.
Yeah.
Now we just need to slide that one side to
Yeah,
make that 20,000.
I would do that by area layout.
Mm-hmm.
I would do that by adjust areas by sliding side area.
Mm-hmm.
I would pick the line work. I would pick the segment to adjust. Keep existing polyline, no. Selected line, 20,000 square feet.
Very good. Now, there it is. So, and you've got, like I said, a little bit more distance off of that.
Let me throw the two BRLs on these lines.
All right, first of all, select that yellow line and let's just double check its properties, make sure it is 20,000 because it is, yes, okay. Oh, it's because it's so much closer down the other side. That's a difference. I was thinking it looked so much shorter than this one, but it's not. It's further away from this line, but it's closer to this line. That's why. Okay. All right. So now it's going to put your building setbacks on, right?
Okay. Well, I need to get rid of this line first.
Well, maybe. You might as well use it to do your building setbacks, right?
Well, no, it won't. My building setback is from this line, not from
okay.
from the edge
Well,
of the easement.
Okay. Yeah, then go ahead and either that or you can just modify this one, Mike. If you select this, then we need to bring this guy from this corner to, does that go out and is actually end on that line? There's no slight gap in there?
Shouldn't be.
Okay. All right, then do the same thing. Now grab that grip and snap to that end point, or nope, you got the point. You got the point. Grab the red line. Click down here.
Oh,
Okay, now go up and grab the grip, the blue dot. There you go. And just bring it down to the end point of that one. There, perfect. Okay. Now use that to do your offsets.
okay. I want to do a different kind of offset here.
Mm-hmm.
Do standard offset.
No, standard offset would offset everything the same distance.
Okay.
It's not going to be an offset to area. We don't need that command anymore, but it's going to be, how did we do the thing to begin with? Remember that we made the, yeah, exactly.
Okay. By line or by point?
Well, by line, unless your offsets would taper, they're not going to taper. So, select that line, show it the direction.
Okay, I don't want to do all of them though.
Well, that's all right. You can erase them after you're done. This way you can save the ones you want to save, and then.
Okay, I kind of put a 0 for that one.
Wait a minute, which one is it? Is that the back?
Back. Oops,
Well, the glyphs will. Is it 0 or is it 50?
Well, yeah, it's 50. No, you're right.
Right. Yeah, you might as well put them in just to see them, even though you're not showing.
And wait a minute. Now let me check that. I think it's a different side setback.
No, now you're on the back line.
No, I'm on the. I'll look up here.
Oh, is that where it is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, it's just because it's. Yeah, it's because we slid it around. Okay, so now 10 for that one.
Let me double check this side setback here.
Okay. Yeah, because it's not 10. That's your reserve area setback.
Yeah, right. 15.
Okay. Wait, not 115. Okay. So now, what I would do for this one, go ahead and hit enter to end, is first of all, I would let's make ourselves a new layer if we haven't got one already. Do you have a setback layer?
No. So I'll make a new layer.
Yeah. And you can make that, yeah, just whatever you want. There you go. And I would change its line type maybe to a dash line or something. And you'll probably find dashed is not quite small enough. So maybe dashed 2 would be the better choice. We'll see when we get to it. And that's fine. Say okay. And no need to make it current necessarily. You can. So now I would select that red line and go to its properties and set its layer to setback. Okay.
Well, I'm
now
really learning a lot today. This is very helpful.
Good. And by the way, I saw your text over the weekend. I was in the middle of staining some fence pickets, and I was going to call you back later.
Yeah, I don't expect you to be immediately available, especially on.
Well, I know, but I had meant to get back in touch with you, and the weekend got away from me. So
now
anyway,
enter.
Well, I would just hit escape to unselect the line, and then you can, let's type a regen so we can see if our line style is where we want it to be. Yeah, like that. And I see that it's probably, Well, let's go up here for a sec and change our drawing setup. Let's see what we're on. We're on 100. Well, that's all right. All right, this is what we need to change right here to 1. And that's the only thing that I really have a problem. There we go. So that set those back a little. Let me make sure MS LT scale should be on. PS LT scale should be on. And our LT scale. All right, let me see this over here now. That's better. Say LT scale. Whoops. I think that's going to make it too tight. I don't know. Maybe not. It could be okay. Okay, now. That's a little better. Okay, so what you could do is, you could show this sideline and then just sort of break this off right here and just get rid of those back pieces. That's one, just if you wanted to indicate that, or you can leave it just like it is and show that.
I'm gonna leave it just like it is for the time being.
Yeah.
There's no point in making it too pretty. It's just supposed to be a working drawing right now.
Right. All right. So now the yellow line needs to be the same as either of the red lines. So I would set that. You can either just change its color to by layer, or you can match properties. Remember the paintbrush? Well, yeah, there you go. Yeah, just change that to by layer. There you go.
And this one I need to get rid of, right?
Yes, but look at your screen. You still have that one thing selected. If you select that outer one and hit delete, you're going to delete both of them. So press escape. There you go. Now. Yep. Oh, what happened?
What?
They both went away.
Oh.
Now hit delete.
Huh.
There you go.
Wonder how I did that.
I don't know.
I don't quite like the way these property lines turned out. This isn't. It's probably not the right line setting for that.
Yeah, probably I would choose a different one. What layer is this on? Let me see.
Boundary.
Boundary. All right. So let's take a peek here. Boundary, and it's on divide. Yeah, so I'm going to look for, well, there's a possible one, but that might not be.
That's not bad.
Okay. You might also want it to be a little heavier. No, let's take a look at that over here.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Okay. All right. So now, whilst here,
limits on the other side.
yeah. Well, you need to do these over there,
yeah.
And you also need to do your dimensions over here.
Right.
So.
Well, let's think about that for a minute. What I really want to do the dimension from is this line to this line.
Yes.
The area that he hit is really buildable.
That is correct.
So I don't really want this one there.
Okay, yeah, you can just erase it, just select it and delete it. Okay.
Okay, so now I want to go to edit offset, variable offset.
Well, no, no, you gotta do your, you gotta draw your figure first.
Okay, and I'm on the wrong layer.
Right. So,
I'm not. I'm on the setback layer. That's where I want to be.
well, yeah, that'll work. Okay, now here's something else too, Mike. Let me see before you get over to that. And see, you see these, hold on a second. I'm going to need to switch you to the other microphone. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. My headphones ran out of power. I had to charge them up again. All right. So you see this line right here and this
Yeah.
circle, they're also on boundary. And because of that, they're going to be heavy unless we
Oh, I see.
let's change their line weight to default. All right, and this one. Still gonna. Well, I don't. If you need to change the layer that points on, you may not. It may look fine like that. Yeah, I'll let you play with that. All right.
Okay.
All right. So now, yeah. So here's a way you can do this. Well, first of all, instead of just doing the variable offset, because this is not a closed figure right now, you need to draw that as a closed figure and then offset it. See, because if I try to variable offset this, that's just one line.
Yeah, but if you pick the bottom line down here, that is a closed line, I think.
Oh, very good. All right, then that's all you need to do is do your variable offset, and then you need to change the layer that's on once you've done that.
Well, it should be on the setback layer.
It is, but it does the offset of whatever you pick. So it.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
I got you. I'm trying to see the lines.
I see. Yeah, it's the 217 to 16 or whatever that one is.
Okay, and that is 15.
Yeah.
And that one is, let's see, got to come to the center of the road. It's a 25-foot right of way, and then 40 feet of 65 feet.
Okay.
And then that one is 15. And that one is 20 plus 50 is 70.
Wow.
Ugly.
Yep. Then hit enter to end. And then I would just use your paintbrush and match match the green to the yellow. So the top row right there. There you go. You got it. Yep. Wow.
Yeah, indeed.
He might could get, I don't even think he can get a double wide in there, could he?
I doubt it.
Now, for clarity's sake, Mike, I think, oh, shoot. All right, I think for clarity's sake, I would consider moving this to, where's my nearest? To right in here a little ways. So it's like which line it was actually pointing to. And I think
You're in table
also,
space right now, right?
well, yeah, except you see this heavy red line, I've double clicked inside it, so I'm actually in the model.
Okay.
Let me do that too, close filled. So both arrowheads are on that one, but just the 30 feet on that one. Yeah, you might. These are really sort of, if this would help any. Not really. Let me look at text. No, that works. All righty. So now double click out of here. And let's go back to this. Now, you see all of these things are as, you know, they're rotated as if they are horizontal over here, because remember our north arrow is at a different, you know, it's like that. In fact, why don't we do, we'll do that if we can remember before we get to it. Before we finish, we'll throw a north arrow on there just for reference. Now, so if we were to select that, let me see, annotative is yes. Oh, since it's annotative, I wonder if we select, if I'm over here and I select all of that text and looked at its rotation, now I'd have to figure out the angle, but there should be. If I edit text, I want to flip text by twist screen. It's not exactly what I want. I just want to twist it. Rotate text by, let me see if, okay, rotate by twist screen. That's exactly what I want. T and relative 0. And if I select this, I don't know that these dimensions will work. We'll give it a try. Take those and that and that. Did I get that? Yeah, and that. Okay, so they rotated to be horizontal, and at this point I've got to just reposition it. Whoops. It did not do those dimensions, but we at least can get these. Snap off, just sort of go dimension there. We'll take these. Get the square feet one first. Get this guy. Okay, now let's do all three of them now a little bit. Alrighty. Now they're rotated here for twist screen and here. Okay, so yeah, that's fine. All right.
Okay.
So now what? You know, throw that other dimension on there now. And that was, if we go back, I want to fix this for a minute. Survey text defaults, and I'm going to put this double arrowhead back on. And say okay. All right. So now go ahead and throw your offset, your measured dimensions, and you can see what how much buildable space he's got. Which doesn't look like much for either one.
Annotate.
Yep.
Survey text.
Yep.
That was offset dimension.
That is correct. There you go. And then the line to measure to, perfect. Oops, no. You want to measure to the red line, right?
No, because you can't build in separate in the building restriction line. So we've got 35 feet to build in.
No, he can't build in that 35 feet.
Oh,
He has
right.
to, yeah,
Right.
so it's the red line, not the yellow line.
Yep.
So just pick it instead.
Escape.
Either that or can you just, oh yeah, okay, yeah. Press escape and do it over again.
Thank you for catching that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you may also want to label that distance just so he knows what it is, or you can just remember it and tell him or whatever.
That was offset dimension.
Now I would go from the green line to the red line. There you go. It really doesn't matter. Yeah, that's fine. Because you're going to reposition it. So that was perfect. Okay. And then do it again on the other side and get your sides as well.
Okay, let me ask you one more thing about offset.
Mm-hmm.
I need to create a 20-foot offset. Well, actually, I need to show 20 feet on each side. This is 40-foot wide right of way, and this is the center of it.
Okay.
And you said not to use. What offset command should I use to do that?
Okay. Is that line? Is it a continuous straight line, or is it got bends in it?
No.
All right. So it's there to there, and then the other one is from there up. So you would do, you say it's 20 feet either side?
Yeah.
So that would just be a standard offset. Or you can do it as a variable offset, but there's, it would just set one side is the same. So first of all, the distance it's asking you for. So you're going to type 20. And now select the entity, click, and now it wants to know the side. So you would click either left or right, or B for both sides is available. There you go.
Oh,
Okay.
I've got that on the wrong line now.
That's all right. Yeah, we'll have to change layers, and that's fine. So now go up to the, it wants you to select another entity. So get the other entity, the rest of the line. Okay. And B for both.
Whoa.
Okay. So now do you see what you did? When you picked that other line, it was the actual lot line, the closed lot. Okay.
Okay, so I undo.
Well, no, there's no real need. Just hit enter and we can clean this up because we have to do some cleanup anyway. So we've got, first of all, let's get rid of these extra segments that we don't need. Like we don't need, this and this and that. So we're going to erase polyline segment,
Where's that?
which is this guy up there.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, where would that be in the drop-down menu? Edit?
It's under edit. Let me show you because it's, oh crap. Every time I do that, I'm trying to escape the command line and I keep hitting escape and it puts me back to not full screen. All right. So go up to edit and it's down in the polyline utilities. Okay. It's all the way down at the bottom and you go over and now this happens to be a function. It is a remove type command. So in that middle block, there's an edit polyline, remove polyline. So it's a remove polyline function and it's a remove polyline segment. That's why I like to use that toolbar. All right. So go ahead and choose that. And now click that one and that one. And now, whatever else it had, this one, I think, was it?
This one?
Yeah, was it? I don't know, Mike. Was that? And then this one out here, wasn't it? Was that also? Yeah, that one too. And then was that one? Like that? Is that right? So far?
Well, there should have been a property line up there.
Oh, you know what? We've messed that up. Let's just undo. What was that? What the heck? One second. Now I know that line was up there.
Well, I know how to create another line there really quickly.
Oh, I know, but good heavenly days, what happened to it?
What did happen?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. So if I take those, That's insanity. Where did it go? Let me see something a second. Let's see here. Those are the deed ones. All right, so deed and urban. All right, there's that, but there's a line on existing.
That should be on boundary. That's
It's actually an arc, yeah. So should it be joined?
Yeah. And there's another little arc up there at the top. Yeah.
Well, it just, I'm flabbergasted as to where that went. And I also see there's multiple lines down here. Like that's the one line. Is this another? That's the closing line. And they're not exactly in the same place. I've got that's the boundary. And that's the dividing line. Do you see that difference right there?
Yeah.
Is that, are you aware of it? That's intentional?
No, I'm not aware of it. That was not intentional. It might be right, but it wasn't intentional.
Okay.
Something I need to look into.
So there's that one is the actual boundary. Here is it's also on boundary, but that's the line that goes across side to side up to that number 2. And this one is the one that comes to the corner. So you've got a very slight differential. All right. So I'll need to let you look at that, but you've got 2 lines in here. You've got, I think, 2 lines in here. No, it's just the one. Oops. Let's see. Come on. There's something goofy with this line here. There are two. Okay. So you have one line from that, actually from here to here to here, okay? And then you've got another line that doubles underneath there that is basically that parcel line. Now, what I would recommend, because of this, you see how they're overlapped?
Yeah.
And so you don't get the property line symbols in there. You don't get that, the line type doesn't show up.
Right.
They're there, but the one's over top of the other and the gaps aren't in the same spot. So you could, bring this line, which is this outside line, you could bring it back to that corner. Or if this line, I think you've only got the one here. You could put the lines that make the closed parcels, they could be on a different layer that you maybe kept frozen when it came time to plot and you only had individual lines in between things. But for now, for a working map, I think this is more than adequate. But you do need to probably go back and resolve that that issue with this doubled line that's slightly off. Okay. Now, so let's go. We need to set on, I'm going to sit on this layer and we'll finish drawing your property, or you're going to do it. So you're going to go to draw 2D polyline. And you want to uncheck that use current drawing properties and choose the layer type either. If you choose pick, you can, well, okay, you know where it is, it's boundary. And say, okay.
And we set the color by layer.
It is already by layer. See where it says there? It told you that it was by layer. Now go from 217 to 216 or whatever it is that forms the rest of your boundary. Redraw your boundary. And if that's it, just hit enter. Okay. Now, instead of getting all this mess where we're going to offset these things, let's draw another line for this right of way. Let's go to, do we have a, do you have an easement or a right of way layer?
I don't remember. I think I do, but I'm not positive. I guess I done on this drawing.
All right,
Yeah,
so let's make us, oh, okay. All right. And the line type, you want to keep that as continuous or you want it to be dashed or any of that kind of stuff?
No, for the time being, let's keep it continuous.
Okay, that's fine. And we say, let's
no, it's going to be crossing the boundary, so I should make it something else.
All right. I would make it probably -2 or
that one.
Not dash dot, but -2 or dashed, either one. Okay. All right. Now, I'm gonna try to do another learn with you here. If you go back to draw 2D polyline. Okay, now the first thing to do is down there where it says layer boundaries, set that to be your, or put it back on use current drawing properties. I guess it is, you've switched to access easement. So click that. Now, before you hit OK, look at the top. The second checkbox down says offset from center line. And if we check that,
that's what I'm wondering is if it's going to help us. Will it ask us to go 20 feet or 25, whatever it is. So we'll say, okay. And we're going to just type, what is that, 219 to 220? I can't read your numbers. You know what your points are. Just type your numbers in. And go to the next guy up, 229, is it? Or, and just keep walking your way up and then to 216, and that's basically it, right? So we hit enter, and well, it sure didn't do it. I don't know what that, let me see something here, Mike.
Could we isolate that layer now and offset from it?
Well, we could do this and offset that polyline. And we would just do that as a standard offset. So that's, and B for both. Okay. And then once that's done, we'll select that line and erase it. Now, here's what I was trying to figure out is, and I also want to, by the way, do this. There we go. Now, that command under Draw 2D Poly, offset from center line. Good heavens. Did you have this open or did that open when I did this?
I did not have it open that I know of.
All right.
That doesn't mean I didn't have it open though. Okay, it's on my other screen, which you can't see when you
All right,
drag
drag,
over.
yeah, drag it over.
Oops, wrong one.
There we go. All right. Offset from center line. If this is enabled, an additional option, offset, is available from the command line. Well, you know, that's a terrible way to implement that, actually.
So you had to
But
type
let's see.
offset in.
Yeah, let's see. If you have it on, if it's enabled, an additional option called offsets, issuing the offset option allows you to draw a new polyline using whatever this is. I can't see the rest of it. Let's see. All right, so issuing the offset option lets you draw a new polyline using station and offset entry from an existing polyline or existing centerline file. Okay, I see what that means now. All right, so it didn't do what I was wondering if it was going to do. It would basically, we would have to give it stationing and offsets, but we did it the right way. We drew the line and then we did the offsets. Now, there's your access easement lines. They've inherited the same behavior. So those are all probably okay. You want to go back now and put your dimensions on. First, I'm going to save that. And I have no idea what happened to those lines, Mike. That's weird to me because there was nothing selected. It's something happened in the undo. When we chose undo, it screwed it up. Let's see what we look like over here. It's looking actually kind of good. All right, so I'm going to let you finish your dimensions here. Remember, it's green line to red line.
Yeah.
You might want to put these 10s and 10s and 10s back here on the red line to the property line, or you can just leave them off if, you know, you can just explain to
For the
them.
time being, I'll just leave them off it.
Yeah, and then now, so one thing I want to do now, though, is I want to show you a neat way of doing a north arrow. Because when we're here, if we draw a north arrow in our paper space, it has no idea where north is. If I double click in here, north is along this y-axis, okay? So we need to draw the north arrow in our model space. The problem is we might not want to have it in the same place from sheet to sheet, from different layout to different layout. So what we're going to do is actually draw it in model space, and then we're going to convert it to be in paper space, and we'll be able to move it around and go outside of our frame and do whatever else with it. Okay?
Okay.
So what I'll do is I'm going to come to my layers again, and I'm going to make a couple new layers, or at least one. I'm going to call it let's call it title block line work. Well, no, you know what? Let's call it north arrow. And all that's fine and dandy there. And I'll make another one called bar scale. Leave it the same. So we'll set on our layer north arrow. Now, go ahead and under annotate, because this is where we're starting to talk about annotating our map. So we'll look under annotate, and we're going to draw our north arrow, which is down that middle section there. Yep, you passed it. There you go. Okay. Now, you can choose the symbol name just like doing a point. All right. So if you hit select, you can pick from your list of north arrows, and you know, there's the one. That's the one that Land Development Desktop used to use for years. So it's fine. Okay. And you see all those specify rotation on screen, rotation azimuth, all that kind of stuff. You don't want to do any of those. You want to let it figure it out.
Okay.
And the symbol size scalar, remember, this is how many plotted inches at 100 scale it's going to be. So in this case, how long do you want your north arrow? If it's just an inch long, then leave it as 1. If you want it 2 inches long, make it 2. Or 1.5 or whatever. Okay, and you got the layer. Choose that select for layer name, because they suggest north underscore arrow, and we just made one that does not have the underscore in it. So there you go, find that one and okay. And that's all we need. We'll hit okay. And now it wants an insertion point. So pick anywhere. Now remember, you're in the model. So go ahead and click it and drop it down. Just anywhere you want. No, I wouldn't. Well, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Now here's where we're going to come back to. Go to your model space tab and scroll out a little bit, or zoom out a little bit. I mean, rather. See, you see your north arrow?
Yeah.
So it's in model space. So we don't really need it to be there, but I need it on my paper. So I'm going to go back to the layout tab. And I'm in my model. I see with my heavy bold line, and I'm going to type a command called ch space, change space. So go ahead and type ch for change, and then space. Okay. And we hit enter. And it says select the entity to copy or move, and we're going to put it in move mode, meaning we don't have to go back and erase the original. So we'll select our north arrow, and we're done selecting, so we hit enter. Okay, now see what it says. One object was moved from model space to paper space, and objects were scaled by a factor of 0.01 to maintain visual appearance. Now, and we are in paper space now. Here, daggone it, I keep doing that. All right, so let's click here, and so double clicking here, I'm in model space, and if I try to find that up there, it doesn't select. So if I double click outside of it, I find it now, it's here, and I'm just gonna move it around wherever I may want to put it. Notice I can put it outside of that, of the border, even outside of the viewport. So, you know, anything and all of that's fine. All right. And now finally, let's put a bar scale on it down here in the bottom just for reference. So we go to annotate, draw bar scale. And this time I don't have to be in the viewport. The reason I was in the viewport before was to get the rotation. Now I don't have to worry about it. And I know my scale is 100. My layer name is bar scale. Hit select, make sure I didn't make that one word. I don't remember what I called it. And I did make it one word. Okay. And okay. And now you see your different bar scale style. You've got a 3-stage, a 2. Well, no, that's the layer name. That bar scale style, that right there. Yeah. So it's either 2 bar, you know, the 2 segments, the 3 segments, or 4. So 3s is, go ahead and leave it on 3, and then you can see, and then choose OK. And pick a location. Now, yeah, right in there, it's fine. And now you should be able, what the heck is going on with that? Ah, look at that. Let's undo that. We missed a size somewhere. Let's see. Huh. Maybe we have to double click in here, and maybe we have to draw that in there as well, except the problem is it's going to be at that different angle. So let me see something. Annotate, draw bar scale 100. Okay. Yeah, well, And if I go back to model, It's down there, so I want to do that same trick. Well, okay, apparently in Carlson, you do have to do it that away. Oh, let's put it over here just for yucks. Let me see. And now to remember to get it from the model back to our paper, change space, okay? We'll select it, hit enter. It's now done the scaling. Now I can move it freely anywhere I want, even outside of our borders. Okay, now, there we go. You got that started. Throw in your dimensions. Should be good. Now you're not cluttered up with that bar scale and the north arrow, but they're on your sheet. Let's save your work and should be good to go.
Okay.
All this because you were having trouble plotting on a piece of paper.
Boy, I learned a lot.
Well, good. Good. I hope and I know it's a lot that comes at you, Mike, and I appreciate your valor in trying to weather the storm, but you know, and all of these things, they're going to come back to you, and they're going to stick with you, and you're going to, you know, it may take several years to ever get to where these are things you don't think about, but it will happen. But you know, realize I've been doing this for over 40 years, and you know, so finally some of it's starting to sink in, but I have to stop and look things up, as you saw, you know, from time to time. So, all righty.
Okay.
So big takeaways there are that the variable offset, the offset to area gave us something that was kind of neat to know, but wasn't exactly where we were headed because we were actually going to go out to the far extent. So now you're going to do the reserve areas you're going to do by kicking out the minimum shape to, you know, to those set, well, I don't call them setbacks, but whatever the proper term is, the maximum offset that you have to be away from the property line for the reserve areas. And then you just did a sliding side area.
Right.
And which also should have, you know, triggered for you the idea that you've also got the hinged area, radial from curve, and a bearing area cut off. So those are your very typical surveyor's subdivision computational tools. Okay. So as I say, using good health.
Again to work on that plat.
Yeah. Well, it's a good question because I've got a couple of things. Let me check over here. Man, I've got tomorrow and Wednesday both shot. I really hated to push it off to Thursday, but we wound up going so long today. Well, let's do a little bit of work on the plat today. Because I wanted to address your text issues. And then we'll reconvene on Thursday. Would that work?
Thursday afternoon, I have to take my mother-in-law to the hospital to have an MRI.
Oh my, okay.
I won't leave here. I'll have to start getting her ready by about 1 o'clock.
Okay, so
be there at 3, and she's 104, and it takes her a long time to get her from 28 to 22.
wow, Mike, that's fantastic though, actually. 104. Wow.
It takes me almost an hour to get her from the house to the car.
Wow. That's pretty amazing. I don't know what to say other than, man, your mother-in-law is my hero. So, although she was like my grandmother who was 96, she didn't have much patience for it. But anyway, okay. Well, Thursday doesn't seem to work well. Is Friday putting it too late?
No.
I was going to say I can try to screw something
Well,
around.
it looks like Friday, I've got appointments, I've got a planning commission Zoom meeting I've got to do in the morning, then I have a meeting with the client on site at 3:30.
Uh,
It takes me
yeah.
40 minutes to get there, so.
All right. Yeah. Let's do, in fact, and it's coming up on the holiday weekend. Let's make this Wednesday. I'll just rearrange some stuff here. Let's make it Wednesday at 1.
Okay.
All right. And I will, let me drag this down here. So I will send, hang on a second, making plans.
Hey, you want me to get that other drawing up?
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm gonna, I'll send, wait a minute, that's, my system just sent you an invitation for Wednesday. It's not going to be the same one to use. I have to set up a new meeting, so just disregard that.
Okay.
Let's see. I'm going to say Zoom session, take support. Oh, crap. Yeah, hang on. I'll fix that later. All right.
Just delete both of those meetings that you just sent?
Yeah, anything that you just got, just disregard. But we'll do Wednesday at 1. And let's do the rest of this on this plat. Okay. However, I'm going to declare a 5-minute break. And I'll be right back from that. So let's see. I need to, here we go. Back to meeting. Perfect. I will. All right, Michael, I'm back if you are.
I am.
Okay. Well, why don't they see your screen? I'm wondering. You're still sharing your screen, I guess, right?
Yeah, I haven't done anything to, I did change drawing.
Yeah, I saw that. I don't know why this thing does this.
Okay, wait a minute. I think I have a thing up here that popped up and said new share. Let me try that. Okay.
Oh, there it is. I know what it was. Sorry. I just switched. I've got 2 different screens going. There we go. All right. I mean, I've got 3 screens going, but 2 on one physical monitor. All right. Now, back to this, and we've got.
Okay, now I think I know what I did there. I was drawing that in model space. I double clicked in there.
Yeah.
And it started doing some really weird stuff. A couple of times the whole drawing disappeared on me. And that scared me. So that's when I decided to stop.
All right.
But then I tried to write some text and I had terrible trouble with that too. So I don't know what I'm doing wrong. And I tried to draw some adjoining lines.
Okay.
So I didn't really accomplish anything except to scare myself.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, now, one thing to remember is now there's their north arrow and our bar scales are out, they're out inside what do we have? 40 scale. And this is our viewport, which should be set to 40 scale. It is. But our annotation scale, we need to match that as 1 inch equals 40 feet.
And I kept trying to delete that text and it wouldn't let me do that either.
Okay. So this, there we go. All right. So, so if I zoom in here and see, if I select these things, I see the only two things that I get selected are these. One says 2-story, one says 2-story BLD, right? So it's two pieces of paper. Now, they are in paper space, okay? These guys are in the model space. So I have to, and I'm going to zoom out just to show you, when I double click inside of that frame, I'm now in the model.
Okay.
And now when I zoom in, I should be able to select those and you'll see them light up, okay?
Yeah.
Because that's what they are. And I see that they have a style of PTXT. They have a height of 0.025, which is tiny. And they are not annotative. If I say they are annotative, it means they're going to react to the scale of 1 to 40. But right now their paper text height is only 0.0006 inches. So I'm going to say I'm going to want those to be, 0.1 inches. So now that's where you're seeing those show up now at the right scale. And so if I were to double click out here, and if I were to change the scale of this viewport, that text will get bigger or smaller as whatever it had to do to make sure it stayed to be 0.1 inches tall. And they're still out here in our model space, as are those. Okay, so these are, in fact, I want to turn off this goes currently on. That's good. 1 to 40. Okay, so I've got these things here. Okay, that's fine. That's what I just had set. These things. Okay, so there were some several. That's, I think, where you were trying to get that to work. That's why that was done. All right. 5 pieces of text. 1, 2, 3, 4. Apparently there's one other one in there that I haven't changed. I haven't caught. All right, so I'm going to just delete those for now.
Okay.
And
There's the other one.
I don't it's not selecting anything. Sometimes you'll get those little glyphs, and the only thing I've ever been able to make to be able to control them is I have to save the drawing and get out and completely quit and come back in. And that's not a Carlson thing. That is an AutoCAD drawing format thing. I don't know how to make it go away. All right. Because they should have selected. It didn't. All right. So those are now here in paper space. Now, so there's two things to know from that, to take away from that. The first is that you can label things in one of two spaces, in the model or on the paper, and have them show up on the paper. It doesn't matter where they are from. If it's in the model, and if that model should move or you choose a different view of it, the text stays where it is, okay? Whereas if you label it on the paper, it's just as if you typed it on a piece of clear acetate and taped that down on this drawing sheet. And you can move this viewport around all you want, and those taped down labels are going to stay where they are until you pick them up and move them. So there's trade-offs as to when you do certain things and when you don't. Now, what do we got up here? We've got, oh, that was, I know what that is. That's nothing you need. That was my old logo for my, yeah. So, all right, so we got a bunch of things here. Got some image files and stuff that are all part of this title block stuff. We got text, but here's the, and we left off talking about these as fields in our drawing. And the a couple of things to know difference wise. You see, when I select this, I get one line at a time.
Yeah.
Right. That's because those, and if you also notice up here, I look at my properties and I see this entity type is text. So we have two different types of text that we can use. Actually, three if you want to think about a third one, I'll tell you in just a second. But we have either just plain old text, which is a single line of text. Okay. The other is something like this over here. When I select that, and if I should double click it, I see that I get like this word processor almost kind of thing.
Right.
All right. And that is called mtext. It is a multi-line text entity. Okay. And those have, if I select that, you notice there are handles. Okay. And you can, you know, you're basically setting the size of the, or the width of the paragraph, and it's going to, it's going to wrap itself around, it's going to have some word wrap. And this was a separate line, but yeah, hold on a second. Move. There we go. So generally, things like notes and note blocks and stuff like that, you're going to want to keep as mtext units. So when it creates the text, or when you type the text, it's all one paragraph and you move it all together. Those are the same types of things that if you look on the annotate menu and look at your annotation defaults, and let's look at sorry, not defaults. Let's do the auto annotate. And when this comes up, There are various commands where you choose that you want to use mtext for certain things. I'm trying to find an example. Somewhere it would be, I would think something like this. Let's see the tables. Well, all right, so not that. Let's try maybe over here. Oh, here it is. See this option right here is to use mtext.
Yeah.
That way, remember those labels that we saw on your other two, your lots with the septic areas?
Yeah.
They were made as 3 individual lines of text, the lot line or the lot number, the square footage, and the acreage. If you use mtext, then you get a paragraph of text. It's just easier to work with.
Okay.
Okay. So
That's under area default.
yeah, and that option is available in a lot of different options, a lot of different commands throughout the software, and I just don't know where they're all or where they all live. Hey, hang on a quick second. I'm going to put my earphones back in. All right, can you hear me again?
I can.
All right. That my air conditioner is right behind my desk in the basement, and it's not shielded, and we had to replace it last year with a new unit, and they put in a much larger one, so it's loud. So I apologize. Anyway, and these give me a little bit of noise cancellation, for me at least. I hope it's not.
For me too. And actually, it makes your voice sound louder.
Oh, good. All right. So so we have 2 different things going on. We have pieces of text, and we have mtext, which are paragraphs. Now, the third text I told you about a second ago are what we call attributes of blocks. And those are things like your points have attributes like point numbers, elevations, and descriptions. Those are all text placeholders, and they hold values, but they remain part of a block. They're not really text. They still can be edited, okay? And any of these can be edited with a double click. If I double click this thing that says final plat, it's a piece of text. And then I can select. Now, because we used a field like this sheet title, here's another one we use called project name. All right, so that's a slightly different thing, and that's why they're gray. But things like this over here, if I can find one, like that is a plain old piece of text. Okay, so I can highlight it, change the letters, type different words, whatever. That's a piece of text. That's a piece of text. Okay, and when you highlight them, actually, no, those are fields also, it looks like. All right. This word sheet number, that's a piece of text. Okay, so we have basically 2 things, text and mtext, and each of those items are they're just CAD entities. They're like lines, circles, rectangles. They're just basic CAD entities. And they can, like I said, you can edit them by double clicking. If you double click an mtext, you get the word processor. If you double click.
Let's come back to that for just a second. When you double clicked on that, say I wanted to edit that.
Okay.
You double click on it.
Yep.
Okay, well, it got bigger when you did it the other time, and it's spread into the
Yeah.
words beside it.
That's because, like, if I'm here and I do this, yeah, you see,
How
because,
do you avoid doing that?
well, what I generally do is I get down to where I can see it as a comfortable size for me to edit, and then I double click it.
Okay.
But what you can do is once you're in this editor, you can right click and choose editor settings. And then you can set your background transparency. If you make it opaque, for instance, then I think if you do it this way, it will come up, but you don't get that behind it.
Okay.
Problem is, it's it's kind of hard to see. I don't know if you can change the color of it or not.
Now, let me ask you another question. Suppose one of those numbered items I wanted to delete entirely. Will it automatically change the point numbers, the paragraph numbers, or do I have to go in and do that manually?
No, it can if the numbers are generated by line numbers.
Okay.
Now here's something else. Let me see. If you set it like so, and remember when we were back out here and it got bigger and you could see the stuff through it.
Yeah.
Here's the other setting. If I load it up now, you see it doesn't get any bigger than it really is, but I can zoom the mouse in, so that part's okay.
Right.
That's done by this. Again, these background, yeah, right click, background transparency. I made it transparent so it's not so dark like that. That's opaque. So I made it transparent. And I also did under editor settings, if you choose always display as WYSIWYG, or what you see is what you get, then it's not going to change its size. It's going to, and the lines are going to break in the right places and all of that. So, so that's sort of a different thing. The way I had it set before, the way it was by default, it wasn't that I did it, it's the way the system is this was not on right here.
Okay.
And that's what made it pop up to be a comfortable viewing size, no matter what zoom level you were at, but also made it overlap those other blocks of text and such. Okay, now this has a I wanted to show you this. If I move this to here and double click it, you see there's no, the gray that you see is the screen there itself. Okay.
Okay.
Whereas I can make this, you know, if it's opaque, it's still that god awful. That's a little better. It's white showing through it instead of gray showing through it. So you see it's a little lighter, but you know, so set that however you'd like to see it. I personally like it like so. Let me put that back where it was. All right, now. So we have two basic things. We have text and we have mtext. They are nothing more than CAD type entities. And as such, they have, they're subject to commands like move and copy and edit and what have you. So if I select them, and you can select them, multiple things at once, and you can right click your mouse and choose any of these type of commands, or they have properties. You can come over here and look at the properties, for instance. Right now I've got 3 things selected, 1 mtext and 2 text. So the things that I can change, the common properties are showing here. If I unselect by shift click the mtext, now I have text, a few more things came up. I can set the rotation, I can set the height. Notice it says varies because they do, or I can change them to be all the same thing. Okay, so these are all, just because they're CAD entities, those are things I can do with them. Okay, double click them to edit. Again, text is a single line, mtext is multiple lines. They have certain key points. If I select this, you notice there's 2 different key points here. There's one in the middle, which lets you just move things around. Okay, and then I'll undo that. And then there's one at the lower left, which also lets you move it around, but that's not really its normal key point. So the key point of a piece of text is what's called the insertion point. And so if you were to snap, and say if I want to draw a line or a polyline from the insertion point, snap. If I pick this text, anywhere I pick it, it's going to go to the insertion point of that text. Sometimes it's in the middle, like you see there. Sometimes it's down here in the lower left. Sometimes it's in the upper right, upper left. And anyway, what
get created?
The insertion point is created based on what the justification of that text is. So see that point there? That's middle center. If I say it's the bottom right, you see that? How it changed? And it's, so let's go, back up here to the, to right, to, top left. Okay, I'll put it back to middle center. So when you type a piece of text and it asks you to click an insertion point, or click where you want it to go. Let's see, 1 second here. Mike, I just said something here. Okay, sorry. So that's one way to, to line things up. If you have everything's left justified and you can line up all the insertion points, parallel with something else. So, there's some things to sort of get comfortable with, used to, that sort of thing. mtext also has an insertion point, and it's, but it has a see this justify says top left. So that's where, when I created this, I clicked this spot. That's where I started making my text. That doesn't mean that the lines inside of this are left justified. It's just the insertion point of that thing, that block of text. Okay. Now, in these numbered notes, when you double click and you're editing the notes and you got this little First of all, there's a menu that pops up. It sometimes hides itself up here, so be aware. But whatever you have selected, and then you change any of this stuff up here, like there's the point, or there's the text style, the height, the font, and you can see all the different various types of word processing things. Okay. But one of and here's like, what is this? It's one of the, it's not the over. So there's underline, overline, make uppercase, make lowercase. It's a height. I don't even know. Anyway, fractions and stack text and all that kind of stuff. So you know, a lot of different editing features and stuff that you can do. Now, the things that are numeric, and if I just click in whatever paragraph I'm in would be my, you know, whether or not it's going to be numeric can be just wherever I'm clicking. I don't have to select the whole thing. So if I'm sitting here and I choose this list item, okay, the list item tells me it's numbered, or it's lettered, or it's not, or it's marked. I can begin a new numbered list or lettered list, or I can continue the previous one. Okay, so if I said begin, so I've got 1, 2, then 1, 2, 3. So it got it 1, 2, then 1, 2, 3. If I said list continue, then it changes back. But now what you'll get from other people, Mike, a lot of times is somebody's typed up text and they've sat there at the keyboard and they've typed 1 period space and started typing words. Okay. I get that all the time and I have to go through and strip all that crap off of there and then go through here and select all my stuff and say, I want to do a list. I want to make it a number. I want to make it whatever. Now, your question was, if you wanted to take out, say, this number 2, will it change number 3 to be a number 2, or and vice versa, that sort of stuff? And the answer is I'm going to select that and take it out, and then I've got to get rid of that one. So when I take that out, it puts it keeps that numbered correctly. Sometimes that gets out of whack. Depends on, I won't say the changes, depends on let me see, depends on how these things were created. Because right now I've got blank lines in between these things, which I think were manually selected to be non-list. Let's see, was there anything to do? No, it has to come from that. All right, so there we go. So now under my list fields, if I type that for that one, it jumps off of there, takes the number out and slams it all back over to the left. Marked would be bullets instead of numbers. And then of course there's letters as well. So ABC, 1, 2, 3, or ... And of course, if you say none, now you notice what happened right here. You see how that one is, you know, that little slot over, and whereas this one is not. See the two different things? Because I changed it, the formatting shifted a little bit. And I don't really know exactly why that happens. I just know that there's a lot of CAD programs out there that, you know, they're trying to get text right, but text editing is not their forte. I know that there's problems here, there's problems in MicroStation, there's problems in BricsCAD, there's problems in AutoCAD. They're getting better, but still. So all I can say is you just need to sort of understand the nuances of what's going on with that. Now, so that's a big, you know, that's a big take. When you get to that, you're going to have some learning curve involved with that. But right click everything, do everything you want to do. Now back to this issue of labeling like this building. You can do it one of two places, one of two ways. You can do it like you were doing earlier, whether by design or accident. You can do it in model space, or you can do it in paper space. And when you do it in model space, if you're using a text style that is not annotative, and if you have set up this viewport to be at a scale that is considerably different than the one in model space that you have set with the drawing setup, in this case it's 40, so we're actually the same scale. So our line style patterns, our text heights on our lines down here for overhead power, that sort of stuff. So they'll relatively match fairly well because they're the same scale. If, however, you do it at some kind of different scale, and if you don't use annotative text, then you run the risk of that text being way too big or way too little for this piece of paper. Okay. So I happen to now, and it took me several years to get used to annotative text. And again, all annotative text does is react to the scale of its environment. And you typically dictate its size in desired plotted inches and let its environment decide how big to make it in terms of ground units. Okay. So it can be a little bit confusing. It can also be particularly bad if you're running over here and you've used a style of text that happens to be annotative, and then you select it and you get like 800 million ghosted copies of it at all these different sizes, because it's doing this, is it's showing you the text size that it would be at all of these different things just as a preview. And I can't find any kind of particular way that you can shut that off. You just either have to work around it or not use annotative text. But anyway, now Carlson has always gotten around things by you sort of figure out what scale you need and set it up here. And when you're doing that here, you use a regular piece of text. And that's why when they ask you for that text size scalar, you're going to put in something like 0.08 or 0.1 because you're thinking plotted inches. Well, it takes care of converting that to however many feet on the ground that text needs to be and draws it. But then if you go and try to plot it at a different height, well, then Carlson wanted you to do things like, in case of points, you would resize your point attributes, or in cases of regular text, you would do things like edit text, and you would text enlarge or reduce, or change text size. So you would do all of those different, things that sort of annotative text style keeps you from having to do. But you have the tools to do it one way, either way. Okay. Now, again, the advantages to doing it to putting certain labels like these things down here, you wouldn't want to draw this stuff like this. You wouldn't want to have out there in model space. Some people do. Some people take this, they copy it off to the side, and they start building their plat. But truth is, you get a lot more control and capability out of using these layout tabs and doing it in paper space. So, so if we were to label these two buildings right here in paper space, and I'm going to do that. I'm going to pull this down, and I'm going to come down here, and I'm going to set title block notes. Let's just say that'll be the layer I'm on. Okay. And I'm going to set some text. I'm going to set, I'll just draw plain old, just standard text. And now remember, I'm not clicked inside any viewport, so I'm in paper space. So I'm going to just, I'll zoom up here, and I'm going to click right here. It wants to know the height. Now I can either type a number, or I'm going to just look at this and say, well, that looks about the size I want, and I'll say click there. It wants another rotation. I'll keep it to the east, and I'm going to say 2-story frame B LDGN. Okay. So now I've got a piece of text here that labels that. There's my, it's left, lower left justified. I'll pick that up there. I'll also right click and choose copy, and I'll take it from here over to here. Except I probably, there we go. All right, so now as long as everything stays the same here, that's fine. But what happens if, change that scale up here a little bit bigger, 0.75 to 1.75. Oops. All right, so what happens if maybe I get all these other notes and stuff in, I go, oh, you know what, I need to move this around a little bit. So I'm just going to take that, I'm going to scooch this right over here. I'll put it down like that. See what happened? Now I needed to have done this. If I need to move that, if I have any other elements that are related to the drawing itself, to the geometry, I need to select all of it and move it as a unit. Okay. Whereas if not, if these are, and I'll change space on them to put them the other direction. So now what I've done is over your model space. Let's see here. There's a point. I think this is just my vicinity map. Yep. Nope. They wound up way up there for whatever reason. So let's take them from there down to here. Okay, so I would then also need to change its height. What am I at? 40 scale. So that'd be 4 feet. I'm gonna put one of them here. And one of them here. And then back here, see that text is back. Obviously I would need to change its rotation. And now if I move this to a new location, the text goes right along with it, okay? So you can see how if you were to do something like draw dimensions, or if you want to annotate bearings and distances, things like that, that you can do from Paperspace, and Paperspace will actually read the geometry when you click on it, even though you're not inside the model. But you can do certain things from Paperspace. So, you know, one of the advantages might be because I'm rotated here, when I do text in Paperspace, I can set it to just be 0 rotation. Whereas when I'm in model space and I do that for 0 rotation, it comes at kind of weird angle, whatever that, you know, whatever's east based on where my north arrow is. But if I needed to do something like the bearing and distance along this line, or the dimensions of these buildings, which I think you had asked earlier, building dimensions. Now, I'm not going to go through all the default setups, but oops, I guess I got to be in the model. So if I'm going to do something like what? I guess I better take a look at them. Building text standard 0.08. That's okay. Yeah, sorry. So click, pick alignment. It keeps saying that it's updated to be supportive of 1 inch equals 40 feet. So there it is. Half this stuff isn't updating correctly. Let's see, 2, that's that. Is that closed?
Well, dimensioning buildings isn't something I ever do, so.
Yeah, you don't ever have to put that on it. Okay, so I
I
wonder
do a
why.
local survey and they require it, I do. Other than that, I never do. I show
Yeah.
the setback limits, and that basically tells them what they want to know.
Oh, okay. Here's where I was missing that, but anyway, the point being that if you're doing something that relies on the geometry of what you're doing now, for some reason it's having to regenerate before it puts this stuff on there. Because you saw it when it was creating it,
Yeah.
and it was sort of, you know, flipping through it, and then it got real tiny again.
Right.
Whether that's an IntelliCAD thing or if it's something caused by Zoom, there's something going on that just anytime you get something that doesn't quite look right, always do a regen. Just type REGEN or even REA, which stands for regen all. And I think maybe just RE.
There's
Yeah,
another
RE.
reason why I wouldn't want to put the building dimensions on. If you add 98.4 and 11.0, you don't get 100.2,
Right.
or vice versa. The dimensions don't
Well,
match.
yeah, that just means that it's not squared. You can see right there, 10, 6, and 11.
Yeah.
They're probably supposed to be square. So, you know, all right, so I'm going to erase by layer. And take those off. So, but anyway, if it's something that needs to, if this should move or change scale or something that needs to go along for the ride, you want to make sure you do it in model space. Whereas if it's something like text out here, general notes, vicinity map, anything like that, then you're going to want to do it in paper space instead. Okay. So now whatever these are, what did you want that to read? Just two-story building, or
Story building, you know.
so take the word frame out here. Okay, now we're going to want to change that text rotation because we're lined up in a twist screen.
Right.
Okay, now I'm going to have you do that and explain some subtleties along the way. First of all, we are in a twist screen. As you can see, our north arrow is up to the right, to the northeast-ish on the paper. And it's some non-zero number, whatever that angle is, okay? Now, if we look at it over here, okay, that text, and I select that text, and it is at a rotation of east, okay, or due east, you know, it's to the right or 0 degrees, okay? It is also at that same angle right here, but that's because whilst I'm here, that is my due east line right there.
Yeah.
Okay, if I select it, I see it has over here in its properties, it has a rotation value of east. Now, if I were to type user coordinate system, UCS, and I said E for entity, and I chose this bottom line, except now I need to go around the Z. No, just wrote how much to rotate around the Z axis. 180. All right. So now I've matched the rotation of that line, which is what I had made straight due east. And you can see my my UCS icon over here with Y pointing straight up the page and X to the right. Now, if I select that text, I see it still has a rotation of east. If I say 0, all right, that's nuts. Well, my apologies, Michael. I thought maybe it's because MicroStation does it. I thought when you changed references, so now I've got a different 0 and a different 0 angle. I thought that this would change its, I thought if I rotated it here, I could make that 0. Let's see if I make it 45, you see it's still relative to the world coordinate system. All right, so I know the coordinate values change. I guess rotation values do not. Yeah, regardless. So what we need to do though is this. I'm going to set my UCS back to world. Okay. Now, so we need to do we need to rotate our text to match our screen twist. And because that text is in model space, we need to do this rotation from the model, either from here or from here. Now the difference in the two is from here, I don't have a twist screen in effect. I could, if I knew that I was going to do most of my labeling with this line across the bottom set as my east line. But because I don't have one set here, it won't do me any good to try to do that rotation. So I'm going to come back to my paper space and get into this model space that we did a twist screen on. And now I'm going to go up to edit text. And I want to rotate text, I think. It's not what I really want to do. There's flip. I don't want to flip it. I want to rotate it. Maybe that, yeah, I guess it is rotate text. So if I rotate text, yeah, there's my option, rotate by twist screen. So I'll type T for that. The angle relative to the current twist screen, well, in this case, I want it to be no difference. If I wanted it 45 degrees, whatever, but I'll select that guy and that guy. And so now they're there, and I'll put them wherever they need to go. You know, just to have you want them to look, okay? So now I was able to use the actual twist screen without having to write down the actual number of degrees of rotation. I don't have to worry about remembering all that. I just did my original twist screen by referencing this line. I then set the rotation of that text based on the twist screen, so it read all those numbers exactly. And now when I go back to model space, I can see that, well, okay, there it is. Now, all of that being said, if you would like to turn your model space so that it does line up with this the way you're doing most of the plotting, you can do the twist screen here in model space just as easily. What I don't want you to ever do is to select all this stuff and then rotate it. And then you rotate this thing around, you know, because, well, in a 5,000 world, it would be okay, but you still want to keep north as being up, because when you go to annotate bearings and distances, if you rotate that stuff around, then, you know, then that line reads as due east across the bottom, when it's not. It's, you know, it's north 13 degrees east, or however many rotation degrees that is. All right. So if you do want to set your twist screen.
No, I don't. I'm
Okay.
There, I like north up.
Okay, in your model. Good. All right. So that would be that. And I would say just the only reason you would do it here is because of trying to get it to fit a certain, either a sheet of paper like we did before. This is theirs. Is that, no, it's not the same property. But on that last project we worked on, you know, it fit our piece of paper the best. So, you know, sometimes there's an occasion to do the rotation. And if you're working for an architect, then you've got to accede to his ego as to where, you know, because the building is the most important thing, and that has to be square to the page. So, no, I'm not cynical, Michael. So, anyway. Yeah, well, I've worked with a couple of good ones, but I've worked for some real arrogant pricks in my lifetime too. They tend to be more that way than good ones. But I paint with a broad brush. I don't mean to. Anyway, again,
Done something else before they became architects.
yes.
That's been my experience.
Yeah, that's right. I used to be a doctor. So, or even some of them, but okay. All right, so now as far as moving text, I know you said you had trouble moving some of this stuff. And maybe that was to deal with the fact that it was up here at some weird size and all of that.
No, even moving like a block of text like this over here, I had real trouble doing that for some reason.
Oh, okay. Well, again, because it's just a CAD entity, you can select it and then choose the move command, and that's just a CAD command. Either right click the menu or get it from this toolbar over here on the right, or choose edit move, I think.
If I hit that and then I just pick move, I can do it.
You can do that. You can type M on the keyboard and hit enter, or because it is, now notice what I told you about up here before, and you're gonna do this. You're gonna forget these little lines, okay?
I already did.
Yeah, and that's all right. You don't even have to have them, okay? I just thought they looked nice on my Plat when I did mine, or my set of drawings. But now, one of the things too that you can do is when you go to move something, if you select it and right click and choose move, now that's going to take them both. But if it's just the text, for instance, if you select the text, whether it's this block of mtext or whether it's this single line of text, when it's just like grip editing and polyline, except instead of reshaping it, you're just really repositioning it. You're moving that insertion point to a new place. Okay.
Yeah.
And the same thing works with standard text. Instead, I've just got this single line of text, and I can move it either from this point which is a text handle, you'll always have that one. And then you'll have this one up here, depending on its justification, is wherever it happens to be. Okay. And that's the same type of thing as a point attribute, has the same type of handles. So on my points menu, if I move a point attribute and I click that point attribute, sorry, I got to be in the model, sorry. Move point attributes. I'll click this one and, well, it grabs it automatically. It doesn't. All right, so let me, if I select it, there we go. So there's the point centered here. That there's the insertion point of the block that is the point number, the elevation, and the description, which happen to be frozen. But if I grab this guy and move him, all I've done is move that attribute up out of the way, and notice the little grip right here hasn't changed. So my point is still the same coordinate value.
Right.
Okay. I'll put that back just for yucks. So remember, moves can be done, and the same thing. If I've got even a polyline, it doesn't have to be text, it doesn't have to be a block. Let's say I just got a standard line. So if I select that polyline, and if I grip edit one of the vertices, in this case I've only got the two well, let's do this. I'll make another shape here. So now I've got this 4-segment, oops. All right, so I've got this 4-segment polyline. So if I grip edit one of the vertices, you can see what that's doing is it's letting me change, each of those 2 legs and keeping them held together. If, however, I grab one of the midpoint grips, it's going to, you see how it holds that relationship of that one segment?
Yeah.
But it lets me move that back and forth, up and down. So in the case of a single polyline that only has the 2 vertices, the 2 vertex points ending and beginning, if I click on one of the points, it lets me do basically a rotation. If I click on the midpoint, see what I'm doing? It's doing a move, okay? So those are all legitimately valid means of moving things. If you select them and grab a grip and start to move, some things like these polylines with multiple vertices, you're only changing the vertex. But text and things like that that have that single insertion point, you can move just by doing that grip edit on that. Same thing with this as a circle. If you grab that center, it's going to move it. If you grab the edge one, see what it's doing?
Yeah.
It's letting you change the size of that. Same thing with these rectangles we had before. And if it's a rectangle, if I select it, I've got all of these different grips, different types of grips. So grab the middle to do a relocation. Except I guess I gotta actually pick it up and grab it. And then this, what looks like the letter C, but is really an arrow that sets the rotation of that rectangle. Okay. So grip edits can save you a lot of time once you get used to them, or you can select something, right click the menu and choose move or copy. I guess there's no other way around other than just being and becoming used to those options, but realize that grips were introduced as a means of sort of giving you some shortcuts that you can use. You don't have to type edit and select and do all these different things. You can just start working with the grips.
Right.
And everything in the CAD system, everything in a CAD drawing has grips, whether it's text or blocks or lines or you name it. Everything's got a grip. So let's see, let's take these guys. Don't need those anymore. Okay. All right. So anything in particular, and remember regen, do that REA often, particularly in paper space. And also particularly if you have something like this and it looks like, wow, that's all out of whack. Just do a regen so that things pick up.
Okay.
All right.
REA. Okay.
REA is regen all. There's no reason not to do a regen all. It used to be you could do a regen and it would only regen within the particular space you're in, and the regen all did the whole drawing. But because computers are now fast enough and there's enough memory now, there's no need to restrict a regen to anything other than regen all. All right. Okay. Any specific questions, issues, or anything that you're working on this one that you need before we reconvene on Wednesday?
I don't think so. Let me ask you a question about the title block. When
Okay.
I finished the title block and I put my company name down there and the address and phone number and all of that stuff, can I type that over on the side somewhere and then move it into there? Is that the best way to do it?
Oh yeah, I would do that. In fact, I would find something that looks like, whether that's that's a piece of mtext. Okay. So if that's suitable, like what you want, you may not want yours lined up on the left. You might want the lines centered over each other, just like it is here. But still, you can use that as a starting point and then go into the editor and change it. Drag it, move it around, move it into place, no problem at all.
Okay.
All right. And it looks like now there's that little example that I was using to illustrate a point to ridiculousness. Now, you can also, I see, I don't have mine in here anymore. Good, but you can actually, you can sign your name and scan it, and have your signature show up. I do that with mine all the time. Some jurisdictions though don't allow that. It has to be physically signed, and sometimes even physically signed in the presence of one of their people. So just do it accordingly.
Okay.
All righty.
Very good.
All right, sir. Well, I'm gonna let you get on with your afternoon. I will talk with you Wednesday. And again, if you have any other questions in between time, shoot me a text, shoot me an email, whatever you may need. All right.
Okay. Hey, would you like me to send you some money?
Actually, let me see. What date is it? Yeah, because I usually send my billings out on the 25th. I'm okay, but I don't want to hit you out of the blue with something big. So if you want, I'll send you an invoice if you'd like, if that would get you caught up on the end of the month.
Sure.
And because I don't want to go 3 months and then hit you all at once either. So
Right.
that way it'll straight it out. So I'll send you one. Okay.
Great. Okay.
All right, sir. I guess we'll see you on Wednesday. Yeah, and like I said, any questions, any issues, let me know. Make sure you save often, and we'll go from there.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let me now do what? I'll do that, and here we go. Yeah, I will send you a link to the recording when it's done. All right.